Thank you, councillors, staff, and it's all right. It's 4 o'clock. I'm sorry. He'll be here before we get too far into it, I promise you. Please, 4 o'clock's when we need to start the live stream. So I'm sure if he's here, that'd be wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillors, welcome to the Uralla Shire Council meeting on the 28th of July 2026, and the time is now 4 p.m. The prayer. Almighty God, we humbly ask you to grant your blessing upon this council, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of our Shire and Australia. Amen. The recognition of traditional custodians. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live and work. We recognise and appreciate their deep connection to this land, waters and our community. We pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people who call Uralla Shire home. This meeting is being webcast, and as such, the live stream in attendance constitutes consent to the broadcast of your image and voice. The recording will be published on Council's website and retained for the legislative required period. Anyone who does not wish to be recorded must leave before the meeting begins. Only Council may record or live stream the meeting unless prior written approval is obtained. All attendees must silence electronic devices. Participants must not make defamatory statements, and anyone behaving in a disorderly manner will be removed from under Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Councillors, the first item, slightly off script, is for a presentation from Mrs. Kim Heaney. So Kim, I'm working on 13.4, 13.5. Sorry, yeah. So if you could please, for the tape.
Could we please just wait a minute? I'm sure Councillor Blakester won't be long. We have waited extended periods of time for other councillors
through all of our workshops. This is a formal council meeting, Councillor Doran.
For formal council meetings, we have waited.
Councillor Blakester's just turned up, so
exactly.
We're absolutely.
He's just coming into the room now.
I think
wouldn't hurt to just wait a minute for everyone to be in the room that needs to be here. Some of us have full-time other jobs.
A lot of us have full-time, and I won't allow you to use that slur against other people in the room. We have a number of people who have full-time jobs. This is out of order. We now have Councillor Blakester here. Thank you for your concerns on his behalf.
I would be the similar concern with any other councillor that was not in the room when the meeting starts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Sorry.
So, Mr. Tate, if you could please state your name for the records and also what you wish to speak about and which item.
My name is Kim Heaney and I am speaking about 13.5. So, Mayor and councillors, after reading this report, I reached one clear conclusion. The community spoke loudly and consistently, yet too often the response from council was simply noted, no change required. This is not what meaningful consultation looks like. The report itself identifies the strongest themes raised by the community: water security, cumulative impacts, protection of agriculture, housing, road safety, trust, communication, and the overall scale of the res. These were not isolated concerns. They were repeated by farmers, businesses, community groups, and residents across almost every submission. The greatest concern was water security. More than half of the submissions identified water as the number one issue. People questioned how the enormous construction demand could possibly be met without affecting agriculture, households, businesses, and the environment. This will be a very real problem with lasting impacts. The second major concern was the cumulative impact of these projects. People are not looking at one transmission line, one substation, or one solar farm. They are looking at everything happening together. Its impact on farming, biodiversity, roads, housing, local services, and community wellbeing. Submission after submission called for an independent cumulative impact statement because people simply do not believe the current process captures the true scale of what is coming. The community also raised serious concerns about the industrialisation of our rural land. Prime agricultural land, biodiversity, tourism, and the unique character of Uralla and the Salisbury Plains are all at risk. Farmers are concerned that productive land is being sacrificed without adequate protection and consultation, while residents fear the permanent transformation of the land that defines Uralla. Another reoccurring theme was trust. Many submissions questioned the consultation process itself. They argued that consultation occurs after decisions have already been made. Others pointed out that only around 150 people were consulted in the community of approximately 6,000. Why were more people who are affected directly not invited to submit? Businesses and residents who question why council continues to rely so heavily on information produced by energy co and developers without independent verification. When people lose confidence in the information that they are being given, they lose confidence in the process itself. There was also repeated concerns about the social and economic impacts. Thousands of temporary workers who will bring and contribute very little to the community. Housing shortages, pressure on health services, heavy vehicle movements, road damage, biosecurity risks, community division, and the long-term cost to ratepayers were all raised time and again. These are not hypothetical concerns. They are practical issues that will affect every resident of this shire. Perhaps the most concerning theme throughout the report is accountability. The community repeatedly asked for independent oversight, enforceable protections, financial guarantees and stronger safeguards before construction begins. Yet the response is consistently that these matters are the responsibility of the state government, not council. While that might be legally correct, it does not answer the community's question. If not council, then who is standing up for the people of Uralla? Because what this report shows is that the community is asking council to advocate more strongly, not simply acknowledge concerns and pass responsibility elsewhere. Time after time, concerns are not seriously acknowledged and there is no substantive changes or consultation follow-ups made. Residents raise water security, noted, no change required. Farmers raise cumulative impacts, noted, no change required. Communities raise consultation failures, noted, no change required. Businesses raise question, independent verification, noted, no change required. That repeated response is the overwhelming message that many people will take away from this report, but the reoccurring themes are impossible to ignore. Our community is asking for a stronger protection of agriculture. It is asking for a genuine independent assessment of cumulative impacts of all the projects. It is asking for meaningful consultation. It is asking for transparency. It is asking for accountability. Most importantly, it is asking that the people who will live with the consequences of these projects are genuinely heard before these decisions become irreversible. I urge council not to regard these submissions as obstacles to be acknowledged and filed away, but as the lived experience and genuine concerns of the people who you were elected to represent. Today, I ask our council to genuinely listen to the consistent message coming from your community. People are not asking for the impossible. They are asking to be heard. They are asking for stronger protection for our farming land, our water, our community, and our future. Most importantly, they are asking for council to be their advocate, not simply the recorder of their concerns. Because if council cannot stand beside the community at such a pivotal time, a time which will change the landscape and the fabric of our community for many years, then the community will rightly ask, what are you doing in council? Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Heaney, before you go, are you happy if I ask any of the councillors if they have specific questions for you? It's not a
Sure.
Councillors, are there any questions for Mrs. Heaney? No.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate your time to come and speak with us.
Oh.
Is there another way how can we do better? How can we
do better?
consult better? What mechanism do we need to do
Well,
better?
people that are directly going to be impacted should be contacted by council by letter. Do you want to participate in this submission? When I spoke to most of my neighbours out there, I'm not a political person. If you annoy me, I will get on my bandstand. I don't look at the council website. All your stuff is put on the council website about the renewable stuff. I'm too worried about dealing with Energy Code to have to come back in and have to look at council stuff as well. But I'm now finding that I'm doing two fronts, as are all the people that are being greatly affected out there. If you want consultation, you might have to reach out to us. We are a bit like on an edge with everything that is happening. We are going to be so impacted out there, it is not funny. And we're too busy with Energy Code to look at other avenues. I found out this because I just happened to look at the strategic draft thing, and then I found this and I thought, hey, hang on a minute. Why didn't anyone say, do you want to do something? Do you want to put a submission in? Because this is going to affect everyone out there, and everyone out there should have got a letter to say, this is coming up. Do you want to put a submission in? If they don't, that's their choice. So I think you need to contact people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Haney. Mrs. Williams, would you like to now address council, please? If you could state your name and your what you wish to speak to. Thank you. Sorry, behind you there's a microphone.
Thank you.
I understand, Mrs. Williams, you have a slide presentation.
I do. Is it on? Yes, Sonia Williams, speaking on the Renewable Energy Action Plan, and I thank Council for allowing me this opportunity. I wanted to speak on a specific aspect of the Renewable Action Plan. There are many actions in this, and they will only be achieved if Council's other overriding strategies actually support the actions that are in that plan. So I'm going to go very quickly through this. Okay, helps if you use the right side. Oh, right. Okay, so the Renewable Action Plan in relation to housing has maintained and improved the housing affordability. It also states that this is done by looking at inappropriately zoned land to make sure there is sufficient supply. So the underpinning documents that do that are the housing strategy and the draft growth strategy. In the draft housing strategy, the action was to review the underutilised and unconstrained land on the edge of existing Uralla Township that is inappropriately zoned to encourage well-located development. But the adopted action was prepare a growth management strategy that focused on the efficient use of existing residential land before considering rezoning. The change of focus turns the growth management strategy into, my view, a growth limiting strategy. It will limit supply and decrease affordability, the very opposite that the action plan is looking to achieve. In that growth management strategy, you have these three core growth areas presented in this artistic overlay. Now, I want to look at that more from a developer's perspective of those sites. I believe there's some serious limitations. The infill first approach of splitting large blocks or using underutilised land will only satisfy need if it is in fact brought to market. There are a number of factors that may or will prevent this: owner preference, owner financial constraints, development is not cheap, and constraints, physical constraints in the identified areas. Now, a very quick overview of those three. I've actually looked at and done a review based on the actual lot layout as well as the constraints. There is no way known as a developer that I would consider that the number of 51 extra houses would be achievable without some serious work. Similarly with the Eastern Core Growth Area, once again, multiple titles, serious constraints in terms of stormwater, access. It's got a choke point over the railway. The Southern Block, which is the most developable, the owner has explicitly said outright he's not interested. Western Core Growth Area, this has the overlay of the bushfire-prone area, and as was noted in the housing strategy, this northwest area of Uralla is the most constrained in terms of bushfire. So it's nearby to bushfire, and there are fingers where bushfire comes through. That impacts on the affordability of housing because it has to be built to different bushfire attack levels. It has constraints about secondary access, and the decision to investigate changing the R2 to R1 would increase the density out that way 5 to 8-fold. Now, I noticed in Invergowrie, which is much worse, I will admit, there is a desire to decrease the density to reduce the impact of bushfire. Now, a comment on master planning, because every single one of those growth areas has a requirement for master planning for it. But if you're going to master plan, the realities of achieving that when it's owned in disparate ownership means that it's going to fall to council. The cost of doing it's going to fall to council. The cost of doing those head pieces of infrastructure to overcome those constraints are going to fall to council. And the recoup on council funds will come from developer contributions as, when and if those lots ever come to market. I also wanted to look at rural residential because that is a major demand area that we're hearing from real estate agents, and that also council have confirmed in a recent report the changes of development at Barleyfields. So the growth management strategy offers no scope of variety for different styles of rural residential. Not everybody wants to live in a bush block that's not walking distance from Uralla. Some want open, some want very accessible bits to town. The temporary workforce accommodation, which is a major part of the Renewable Energy Action Plan, I suppose, it's a well-intentioned thing of trying to make sure that there's legacy from this development, but it fails to even acknowledge the impacts on those neighbours of noise, traffic and land devaluation that will occur. It's still possible to get legacy development outcomes. However, it needs to be on more greenfield sites close by that can be buffered from existing neighbours and the impacts on those neighbours. New growth areas. Relying on an infill focus carries significant risk. It also at odds with the most recent ministerial direction to ensure that future LEP amendments, which the growth strategy will inform, meets or exceed department projections for growth, and includes provisions for broadening the choice of dwelling types and locations within the housing market. It also has a direction that rural land shouldn't be rezoned, but it has scope for inconsistency if that can be justified. Now, these green areas, which were slated in the housing report for temporary accommodation, seems also suit rural residential. And a lot of those are within or very close by the existing footprint and are constrained in terms of their agricultural production. So an inconsistency case can be made. Those new growth areas, in my opinion and the real estate opinions, is needed now, not in the 20 years plus that the growth management says, because if we get the growth out of the renewables, then we will be hamstringing ourselves because these strategies are important in informing decision making. Oops, I seem to have missed one. No, so Racecourse Road. As you're all aware, we've had a planning proposal in for this for 5 years. We first attempted in 2008 to have this rezoned, and 2012, and it was knocked back because there was an industrial strategy put over it. Somebody wrote a strategy they thought was a good idea without speaking to us. A planning proposal, and also that there was going to be enough sites with Barleyfields. Now, Barleyfields has not eventuated to its 42 sites, and it never will, because the developer no longer owns all the ground and can't afford the sewer strategy that is needed. So what we wanted to do in that area that I've highlighted is change the zoning from rural to R1 and R5. It adjoins the sporting complexes. It's between the town and industrial area, so it's within the town footprint. Very quickly, it links to existing infrastructure and plans. The footpath goes to it, the corridor, green corridor, it extends to it and would go straight to Racecourse Lagoon. Very quick overview. I'm not going to talk to this. It would provide residential large lot, rural residential over 55s. A quick thing of the site. We've already done the biodiversity and the engineering reports. It's open, unconstrained land. There's a concept plan being given to council. There's an option for retirement living, something that the strategic plan says is needed, that the growth management strategy is silent on. And in terms of the renewable plan, if you have retiring people moving from their big family home into one of these, you free up homes for others. So in summary, very quickly, because I know I've done my time, I just think that if the action in the renewable energy plan is to be achieved to ensure sufficient zoned and serviced land is available to support long-term housing growth, the focus of the growth strategy has to change, because otherwise you've got strategies that are at odds with each other. The growth management strategy is theoretical without overlaying the commercial reality of what's achievable. The new ministerial directions provide a much-needed opportunity to change the focus from planning over the last couple of years. And unfortunately, I don't believe it grasped that opportunity, and it will impact council's ability to deliver not only on the housing needed normally, but also on achieving the regional renewable action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Two questions, Mrs. Williams. One is, you happy to leave a copy of that presentation with the council?
Yes, absolutely. Happy. Wendy has that. And also it's based on the submission that was put in for the growth management strategy, which I've provided copies here that can be handed out. So this was very much a summary of that.
So if we go back to the issue of the growth management strategy, obviously there'll be a report to the August meeting, and obviously you'll go through that. Now, the second question, you're happy to take questions from councillors if they have them?
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor, is there any questions?
Yes, I've got a question.
Councillor O'Connor, use your microphone, please.
One of the issues we've had in it, when we did the 2011-12 LEP, was the theoretical available land. You know, in other words, the land that's spread throughout our organisation.
Already zoned.
And every time we tried to do a calculation of getting more, we were always directed back to, you've already got those ones there. And I've got a block next to me, which I, combined with mine, and that shows as being available type of thing. So, how do we change the concepts from, the planners and all those people
So I think,
who tell us?
I think, Councillor O'Connor, we have a great opportunity at the moment with the ministerial directions, the new ministerial directions. The minister is responding to the housing crisis. And so for the first time to say that LEP and planning proposals must meet or exceed Department of Planning, it's a golden opportunity, because zoned land is not saleable land. It's only saleable if a developer reaches into their pockets the time and angst to actually get that as a lot that mum and dad can buy.
Well, Councillor Wright, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Is it your view that the ministerial directions you've discussed don't hinder or prohibit any activity that you're suggesting? In fact, they enhance it. That's your position?
That's my position. And whilst it says that rural land should not be rezoned because it's trying to protect rural outcomes, most of that land that you saw shaded green in that slide I put up has very justifiable case of being located closely, not viable because it's fragmentation or it's adjoining land uses. So it's a case can be made, and I think it can be made well. If it was, miles out, I think no hope. But where it's adjacent to town, I think it has. And when you're looking at these temporary work accommodations, if we want some sort of legacy benefit out of it, and there's a big way up there, it has to be close by town, but not where it's in this map, because it actually impacts other people in an adverse way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mrs. Williams.
Thank you.
Councillors, we now move to Apologies and applications for leave of absence. We have no apologies. We've got any application for leave of absence, councillors, before the next meeting? No, thank you. Item 6, disclosures and declarations of interest. I have 2 of those from Councillor Mailer and okay, just get the right piece of paper. I'm sure I have it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We have with Councillor Torrens, we also have one from Councillor Mailer, who's declared a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in item 1310, and from Councillor O'Connor, who's declared a non-pecuniary significant interest on item 13.10. And I'll allow Councillor Doran a couple of minutes just to fill out hers. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Doran. Listed a item 1310, non-pecuniary significant interest as the coordinator of Thunderbolt Festival. So thank you, councillors. If any other items turn up through the meeting, please feel free to add on to that. So councillors, item 7.1 is the confirmation of minutes from the ordinary meeting held the 23rd of June 2026. Can I have somebody move those, please? Councillor Mailer. The seconder, councillors. Are there any questions? No questions, councillors. Seconded by Councillor Burrows. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All right, thank you. Councillors, item 9.1, the written report from delegates, the Mayor's activity report, and you'll notice that a significant part of that's the Deputy Mayor, so thank you very much for your work in that space. So somebody prepared to move that, please? Councillor Blakeston, are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Blakeston, you get first go.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. No question, just wanted to comment and say thank you for the few dot points of extra detail. Really appreciate that extra level of detail, and no questions arising because of it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Philp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the one on the 10th of June, I believe it was with Fire and Rescue New South Wales, not RFS. And
That is yeah, it was New South Wales Fire and Rescue rather than the RFS that are involved. You're sure the diggings didn't turn up?
I'm sure
Right.
we're not at everything. And on the 29th of June, I'm just wondering the review of historic flooding in Uralla, if we'll get a report for that, because I'd be interested in it.
Councillors, what's been happening is that the attempt by staff to go through those flood areas that were mapped out a significant number of years ago, and I'll ask the group manager in a moment to comment. My only involvement was to try and give some historical reference to particularly the flood that was at the east of Warwick Street and the impacts that it had through the centre of town. But I might, through the general manager, just ask the group manager if you'd like to, where we're up to with that, if that's okay. Through the general manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are conducting a floodplain management study at the moment with a consultant, which will lead into an overland flow study, which will lead into another flood assessment, and it creates a whole bunch of planning controls just to make sure they're up to date and relevant. But that particular meeting was just to gather as many people with historical knowledge of the town to validate some of the modelling that they do. And in particular, we've had some significant floods, and we have people that have been here for a long time, and we've had the benefit of people that are on staff in the actual civil space as well, which is handy. So that was what that meeting is. But that is currently, we're due for our first round of reports from them in a week or so, and then we refine those models. And then from there, we can apply for the next package of works with DQ Water, etc., etc.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillors, I've got moved by Councillor Blakes for a seconder, please. Councillor Phil, all those in favour? Thank you. Councillor, I missed an item 8 on the urgent supplementary and late items of business. I'd like to include 8.1, which was a confidential section that relates to rates information. So with council's indulgence, I'll add that in, and then when we get to that particular item, I'll ask council to vote on whether it's appropriate that we consider that item in the confidential section. So thank you. Item 9.2, the delegate report, Energy Co North Community Reference Group meetings, June 2026. Councillor Burrows, would you like to move it and talk to it, or?
Yes, I'm happy to move it, and I'm happy to take any questions. I hopefully wrote it so that you can ask me questions, but it's in there.
Councillors, to Councillor Burrows' point, has anybody got any questions of her report to that? Councillor Blakester?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Burrows, for your thorough report. Always appreciated. Couple of things. I thought the reference to the initial easement being for a 10-year period, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I thought it would be enduring those power lines. This is okay. That's on page 8. A comment, this is more for all of us, but that process that Energy Co are working through over the transmission network and slowly narrowing in the study area. So the statement in this report that ultimately that'll be a 70-metre wide easement corridor, but just to observe that the talk more widely in the community is much more focused on the half a kilometre wide, which is obviously incorrect, but just to state that for all of our own attention. And then my question is whether you have any insight into the Access Scheme Community Benefit Fund. What's the total quantum of funds going to be? Does anyone know? So those are my questions and comments.
Councillor Burrows, if you'd like to deal with the first one, and then if you can deal with the second one, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll make a stab at it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Blackstar. The initial wide easement for 10 years, even though they say they might only use it for 12 months, I was really surprised at too. But I guess it means that this could be some of the area that they want to use for workers' accommodation or lay down areas or things like that. They weren't really very forthcoming about that. But to everyone else, it's pretty generous. And it ends up being 70 metres per transmission line. So if you've got one line, 70 metres, 2 lines, 140 metres. Does that make sense? As per the benefit scheme, I don't even think they've got an idea yet, and I presume that will actually be at the minister's discretion once we all put our feedback into the surveys that they want us to fill in now. I couldn't find the link when I was doing this, but it's in that. It's in all those links at the end. But we need to put our information in there to make sure we get an outcome we like, basically.
Through General Manager to Group Manager, he's got provide us additional information. Thanks very much.
And provide some additional information through our works with Energy Co and the Access Rights Scheme. It's our understanding that the payment from a developer to Energy Co will be $4,000 per megawatt capacity per year. So that's for the Access Rights Scheme, which then feeds into the Community Benefits Scheme. So I'm not sure what the access rights to the community benefits ratio will be, but you can get an estimate on what the access rights would be per year based on that. So $4,000 per megawatt generator or generated capacity per year, and the year is 25 years for the New England Renewable Energy Zone. And it's our understanding as well, sorry, Councillor Wright, that is actually more than what Shire Council is has been told. So I'm not sure why there's a difference between reses, but there seems to be.
Through the Mayor. So that amount of money is in relation to the access agreement between Energy Co and Council.
That's how much a developer would pay Energy Co to latch onto the.
And does that 4,000 come directly to Council under the access agreement, or does it feed into the pool for the community benefit scheme so we don't know where it might be distributed?
That's right.
Thank you.
Two issues out of that. One is that my understanding is that tomorrow afternoon, Energy Co have another meeting up at the courthouse for people to go in and talk about those community benefit distribution issues. The other thing is, and I'll just ask the General Manager, we've been approached by Energy Co to come and talk to Council about that community benefit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, we have added this to your councillor calendars. Energy Co is doing a roadshow around the region to talk about the community benefits and employment scheme, and that session with council is scheduled for 3 p.m. on the 25th of August, which is the next council meeting day. Unfortunately, it is difficult to try to find a time that they would be available after hours, and that's immediately prior to the August council meeting. So that's going to involve the representatives from Energy Co attending in person to discuss that access scheme, and I'm sure they will be happy to answer any questions you have about these sorts of matters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blakesy.
Just briefly with a calculator. So that's potentially 16 to 32 million per year. Yep. No, I based that on
16 gig.
I based it on 8 gig.
Well, so the capacity needs to be more than what they actually transmit. Don't forget.
So it's based on transmission capacity.
No, the other way around. Generator capacity.
Yeah. So if it's 8 gig, well, if it's 16, you double it and go 64 million a year.
That's right.
For 25 years, if that's accurate. Which is a very different quantum of funds for all of us in the res to start getting our head around what's legacy look like and what kind of issues can be addressed if you've got that kind of quantum of money, if that's accurate.
Thank you for that. I don't disagree with any of that. Councillors, if there's no other questions, if I can have a seconder, please. Councillor Doran. Move Councillor Burrows, seconded Councillor Doran. The council notes Councillor Sarah Burrows' delegate report to Energy Co North Community Reference Group meetings held June 2026. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Council item, I'll make sure I get the right one. Yes. Council items 10.1, a mayoral minute acknowledgement and thanks to the Big Lift volunteers. I apologise I wasn't here for that, but all information that was an outstanding success given their limited time and the challenges. So if I could have I'm happy to move that. If I could have somebody second the recommendation that's on page 12. Thank you, Councillor Doran, second it. Any comments, councillors, or if I put the motion? All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That council formally acknowledge and thank the Big Lift, University of Technology Sydney, and its 80 student volunteers who contributed to community projects across Uralla Shire on the 7th of July 2026. To convey council's appreciation to President Amelia Krasinski, the leadership team of the Big Lift and all participating students for their service to the community. Recognise and thank the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, Rotary Club of Uralla, Lions Club of Uralla, ZNet Uralla, Bill Upjohn, council staff and all community organisations that were in support of the visit. Record council's appreciation for the positive contribution they made to the Big Lift volunteers to community facilities, environmental initiatives and local organisations. And 5, write to the Big Lift and the University of Technology Sydney, conveying council's gratitude and best wishes for their continued success in the program. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 11, the notice of motion 11.1, implementation of section 236A of the Local Government General Regulation 2021, briefing before meetings. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I speak to my reasons for providing this motion, has anyone got any questions about what it means or what it might entail?
No, I'm very cognizant of what it is.
Thank you. Councillors, I just will read out briefly for the record some thoughts on why I've presented this motion to us. Although this is a procedural rather than a substantive matter, so it is a matter for our meeting procedure rather than any of the meaty issues we discuss. My view is that the council has an opportunity and should be explicit about its independence and professionalism, regardless of the conduct of other parties. And there are other parties in relation to this regulation, not in this room and not in this shire, whose conduct, in my view, is not of the highest professional standards. Secondly, I believe the council should assert an explicit formal position about this matter for the purposes of the wider debate that will ensue. I don't think it will remain mute, this regulation, because it's a reaction to activities in the New South Wales Parliament, which, whatever we think of their merits, were done properly. And I don't think, as you can see from my comments in the motion, I don't think this motion serves any purpose that's positive for good governance. So moving on, for the purposes of the wider debate that will ensue, rather than only react as the debate unfolds. So I'm minded to suggest to council, for councillors' consideration, that we take a stand, we make a view known, and we adopt a practice which limits the impact of this particular regulation in ways that we can manage professionally. And I do note that my comments earlier today by email about the implications for our workshop recently and its inclusion as a confidential matter today. While I respect the General Manager's view, I disagree that it being a confidential matter exempts it from the operations of this provision.
I'm just going to pull you up there. Be careful on that, where you draw that line, because
I will draw the line wherever I wish to draw the line, Mr. Mayor. And then it can be debated.
No. I will not have you, you can deal with the information. What I won't have is the council professional staff challenged in open forum.
I in no way challenged the professionalism of the General Manager. I simply respectfully said I disagreed with the view. Is that a challenge that is unacceptable to you, Mr. Mayor?
We'll wait and see to where you go with all of this, Councillor Wright.
May I continue?
Absolutely.
So I do note that I don't think we are saved by the confidential provision, the operation of Section 10 10A2 of the Local Government Act. And so I would commend this motion to Council, and I would ask that we consider legal advice in relation to the implications for the operation of Section 10A2. I in no way cast any aspersion, professional or otherwise, on the Mayor, any councillor, or particularly the General Manager and her staff. I commend the motion to Council. Thank you.
So I'm clear, Councillor Wright, the motion as it sits at the page of, bottom of page 13 is your motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Connor?
Mr. Mayor, not so much a question, but a statement of my position. I've read the motion and I've printed out the regulation. And the regulation is very clear. And I will vote against this motion on the basis that it's very difficult for us to make a motion when there is regulation which is very clear. We run the risk of actually saying something in our motion or implying something which is less than what the regulation is. We can always make one which is more than the regulation, but we cannot make a position which is less than. And I believe that within these three items, there is a lessening of the significance of the regulation. Now, I understand the position being put is that we need to put it out there so that we have the position to work from. But the regulation is so clear that it's sort of, it's what you need to go to rather than our motion. So I think we will complicate things when we make a statement which says any briefing provided to council, whole or otherwise, on the matter that is or will be included in the agenda for a meeting second or subsequent in time is not within the section 263A of the local government regulations. And you read what's saying there and it says it is for a matter for the next council meeting. So we are making something which is possibly less, possibly more. So I will vote against it for that particular reason.
Councillor Doran?
Thank you for putting forward this motion and creating an opportunity for discussion. I appreciate that. I am still confused on point one. I just don't quite get what you're trying to say. I don't really have a problem with 2 or 3, but point one being that the council, whole or otherwise, will not receive briefings from the General Manager about any matter that is or will be included on the agenda for the council's next council meeting after the briefing may have been made. That is the meeting first in time after the briefing. So the last line just loses me. I go after, before, thing, which way, how does that work? I'm not sure.
Councillor Doran, a very fair comment on my use of language. If I can be clear, and this is also to assist Councillor O'Connor, point one simply states what I think the regulation does, and it doesn't do any more than that. But it's vague as to whether it can, over time, mean we can't have a briefing on a matter and then discuss it in 3 meetings' time. I believe that's unclear. So all point one is trying to do, in my view, is say we know that we can't have a briefing and then it gets dealt with on the next meeting in time, but we know we could jump over. So, for example, in my view, we can't have a briefing. It doesn't matter about the second part of that regulation, in my view, which is councillor information. That's when we request information. That's not a briefing. This means that we can't receive a briefing on the growth strategy, for example, after this meeting. That would be for the August meeting. That's the operation of this section. So that's all I'm trying to do in number one, in unfortunately not the clearest of words, my apologies, but it's to say that's what I think it does, and I don't want it to do any more to us than that. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, I'm going to ask the General Manager to seek some further advice from staff, because I understand that you'll then wish to argue against this one of the closed session items. So, General Manager, if you can provide some information and a background on our staff qualifications, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and councillors, obviously our staff have been working through the implications of this regulation, following closely on the heels of the changes that we all heard about through the disallowance of the previous proposal to for the new code of meeting practice. And we have also sought our own advice and discussed internally. It is a matter of a great deal of discussion in local government circles among GMs across the state, with the Office of Local Government and also with LGNSW. So there has been considered debate at that level on these matters. Within the council, we're also very fortunate in that our group manager, Community Services, happens to be a qualified solicitor who is accredited in local government planning and environment law. And accordingly, I have sought his advice on this particular matter and on the advice that I provided to you regarding the confidential considerations. I'm satisfied that that advice stands, and happy to seek further clarification, Mr. Mayor, if that will help, from the group manager, if there's anything further to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, General Manager. As the councillors would know, I am a practicing solicitor. I hold specialist accreditation in local government planning and environment law. As the General Manager mentioned, there has been a lot of discussion around the meaning of this provision. As many councillors would know, this provision sort of goes back to the previous code of meeting practice, which did not get up, and as a result, this regulation was imposed. One of the difficulties in interpreting this particular provision is the way it chooses to phrase things. And I think it's useful for all the councillors to understand what it actually says. So there is a heading which says section 236A, briefings before meetings. But then in the subsequent provision underneath, there's no further mention of briefings. So it only refers to meetings. Interestingly, section 236A(1) provides an onus on councillors. So it's very interesting the way that that's phrased. It says a councillor must not attend or participate in a meeting with council staff to discuss a matter if the meeting takes place before a council meeting and the matter is or will be listed on the agenda for the council meeting. Doesn't refer to briefing, doesn't give us any information about what meeting means. It's interesting because it's in part 10, which is headed meetings. Throughout the rest of the regulations, whenever it's referring to meetings, it's talking about a formal meeting of council or a committee or something of that nature. However, it uses that differently in this particular provision, which is important. But it does not use the word briefing in there, which is strange. Then in subsection 2, it says subsection 1 does not apply if the councillor is the mayor or the chairperson of the council meeting. So that first provision places an onus on councillors not to participate in a meeting with council staff to discuss a matter. So it's putting councillors in an awkward position. The matter which there was discussion about this afternoon, which was raised as an issue by Councillor Wright, was about the information session that was held on Tuesday last week. That discussed a broad range of issues, the waste, a general waste strategy. It discussed a regional waste strategy and some other issues. But then there was also some information that was given out about a confidential matter that is coming up at the end of this meeting. So that segues into section 236A, subsection 3, which says council staff may give information to a councillor about a matter
that is or will be listed on the agenda for a council meeting if the councillor asks for the information and the information is given in writing, and the information, but not information about matters listed in the Act, section 10A2, is published on the council's website, and the information is, if practicable, published on the council meeting. So the way that I've approached that is it's a direction to council staff onto how they give information about a matter that's on the agenda, and then there's an onus on them to publish that information on council's website, but they're not obliged to publish that information on council's website if it is a confidential matter. So that handout that was given to councillors was notified as confidential when it was handed out, was taken back from the councillors at the end of that, and it was indicated that that related to a confidential matter at the end of this meeting. And then it also goes on to say that this section applies to a meeting of a committee of a council and a member of the committee in the same way as applies to a council meeting and a councillor. So the way that I read that is that's supposed to apply to section 355 committees and ARIC as well. So that's my reading of it. I'm not going to give any particular opinion or interpretation on Councillor Wright's motion, other than it's a motion that, in my view, council is open to make, in that it's not unlawful. But that's my interpretation of section 236A.
Thank you. Councillor Doran.
Thank you. So to go back to Councillor Wright, if I may. So according to that, and I must confess I hadn't read that section of the Act until I just pulled it up then, so good to have that as well. So we can ask for a briefing. Like, that's what I'm getting out of. So I just wanted to, share that. I certainly haven't got issue with your motion. I would second it if we needed to. So, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to put that to you.
It's unclear to me that those two provisions run together as they should, and it's a very good point that our Director of Community Relations makes about the word briefing in a heading and then no reference to it otherwise. And so for me, I'm unclear about that, and that's why I'm suggesting some clarity of the motion. And I respect the advice given from council staff. So I'm happy for my motion when there are no further questions or issues. If someone wants to second it, we just put it, and it's a matter for council. Thank you.
Councillor Phil.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I'm just wondering if it's already a regulation, is the resolution tying us down to more than what the regulation says?
In my view, and respectfully slightly disagreeing with others' views, the regulation is a bit ambiguous for my taste, and I'm just trying to make it clearer. So I don't think it ties us down. I think, in fact, what it does is give us clarity as to what's limited by the regulation and what isn't.
Councillor Blakester.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Question to yourself, rather than Councillor Wright moving the motion, putting the motion. For my mind, this is a very technical issue, and I hear and respect both legal views that have been shared in this room. I don't have the legal expertise to know which is right, either is right even, and therefore couldn't vote for it because I don't know if it's technically correct. I don't know what the consequences would be if it's not technically correct. But similarly, I wouldn't vote against it for the same reasons. All I could do is abstain because I actually don't know how we mediate an issue like this, and I don't think a vote is the right way to answer a technical matter of this kind. So my question to you is, how do we deal with a motion of this nature?
There are two things that come out of what you've just raised. One of them is we simply lay it on the table and get advice from the Office of Local Government. I'm not about to disagree with staff advice that I've had, so that's my personal position. But if councillors are of a mind to lay it on the table and we seek further advice, highlighting that nobody in the industry will know what the real answer is, I think that, and Councillor Wright's highlighted that for us, the confusion where we went to the new code of meeting practice and then back to the old one and then use regulations. And I take Councillor O'Connor's point about, so we're going around in circles. I'm happy to do that. The advice from staff is that it's not unlawful motion. So again, I'm happy to go through the process of getting a seconder and having a vote on it. What I am concerned about is the advice, and when we get to the closed session, I will absolutely accept staff's advice that we deal with that item as discussed. So on that basis, councillors, I'm in your hands. If I get a second, I'll have a vote. If Councillor Wright suggests that we should lay it on the table and seek further advice, or at the end of it, staff are obviously going to seek some further clarity, then I'm in your hands. Councillor Burrows.
I'm not putting my hand up to second it. I wanted to have a comment on it. I think thank you very much for putting this up, Councillor Wright. I think it's been a really good discussion, and it's certainly, I had read it, and the legislation, the regulation, but I have a much better understanding of it now because, as Councillor Blakes has said, I am not a lawyer either. My inclination would be to ask if it could be laid on the table rather than voted on. I think it's had its purpose, or the purpose that Councillor Wright wanted in us discussing it. So that would be my opinion.
Okay, just as a clarity, the advice of the General Manager, we could ask to defer it to we seek further information, if that's suitable. So, Councillor Wright, would that be a suitable option for you?
More than happy with that, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so, Councillor Wright, happy to move that we defer it to seek further information. A seconder, please. Councillor Doran, all those in favour? Thank you, councillors.
I vote against that.
Yes, you can. Sorry.
The reason I'm voting against it is that it requires us. The reason I'm voting against it is that it has the a requirement for us to spend money, when in fact this is a very industry-wide, and there will be plenty of information being provided. But if we're going to pay for it just so we can make a decision, I'm against it. Thank you.
I promise to do it as cheaply as possible. Councillor O'Connor will go to the Office of Local Government, where we're a member and we get free legal advice. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor, item 12.1, the Bundarra Community Committee draft minutes of the meeting held the 15th of July 2026. Oh, okay, sorry, just hold up. Thank you, General Manager. Item 12, the Bundarra Committee draft minutes of meeting held the 15th of July 2026. The Council receives the draft minutes of the Bundarra Committee meeting held on the 15th of July 2026. Somebody want to move that? Councillor Phil? Any questions of Councillor Phil? Councillor Blakeston?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not a question, just a comment referring to the draft minutes, page 20 of the attachments, and the final dot point of general business, which relates to Grace Munro and the attempted negotiations to have a pharmacist and a GP co-locate there, which any other rural community you think would be tripping over themselves with joy. And I only mention this because it relates to a later item in our agenda. So I just want to draw the elected council's attention to the fact that the minutes record that those negotiations are quote unquote not progressing well with Grace Munro. And that's all I wanted to say at this point. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Philp, did you wish to reply to that?
Just for the record, that is a very accurate representation of discussions that they've had. And I'd also like to say that we are really getting a lot of momentum out of Bundarra for a lot of community events, which is really good to see.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just an observation. I was a lucky invitee to the meeting, and I would commend the committee members of that meeting. It was a fantastic community meeting, and the guidance of Councillors Philp, Doran and Blakester was clear in helping that committee link with this council. So I'd just like to congratulate everyone who's been involved in making that committee work as well as it does.
Thank you. Councillor Doran, if you've got a question or you want to
I'd like to second the motion, thank you,
Okay.
but also with thanks to Councillor Wright for his engagement and coming out to the committee meeting and to be part of it. It's good for the committee to meet the extended, councillor group that we are, and also the staff that go out there. So it certainly is a well-engaged group, and I'd love to see something similar in Uralla one day. So hopefully we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. If there's no further questions, we have the recommendation moved by Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Doran. All those in favour? All right, thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.1, DA 25/2026, a two-lot subdivision for land known as 190 Jamerick Road, Somers Ponds. We have a recommendation on the bottom of page 17. Councillors, have I got somebody prepared to move that? Councillor O'Connor, and then
Just introduce our acting manager.
okay, that might be good. Sorry, the general manager wants to introduce our acting manager of planning. And it's not Mushtaq, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe fold it down because it's not.
Yeah, thank you, councillors, Mr. Mayor. Just want to introduce Chris Chapman, who is with us for a few months. We're very grateful to have Chris here, filling in the acting manager planning and development role. Chris has a wealth of experience in local government. I think he was retiring, but maybe he thought better of it. And we're very lucky to have him here. Most recently, Chris was the Director of Planning at Coffs Harbour City Council. So he does bring a great deal of experience. And in the handover between Heather and Chris got to bring these three items forward to council. So I'm sure he'll be able to lead us through these and answer questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I think we sort of dropped on you, really. Heather just walked out and said, here's the reports to council. That's works. Councillor Doran?
Thank you. The only question I think that I've got is that I couldn't work out where the driveways were going to go. I read all the report in detail as much as I could, and is this a confidential item? This is open.
Do you want the header not working? We're a bit balanced about it.
It needs to be open.
I'll have
Poor Emily was trying to be very discreet on that action.
Is that Councillor? Sorry about that.
So I'm just wondering if you could please show us where the driveways are going to go, because I just can't quite work it out. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Lot 1, which gets access primarily off Jamerick Road, will have a new driveway and layback. This hasn't been actually cited where it's going to be, but they'll need a Section 138 approval from council to place that. And the Lot 2, I think it is from memory, will get its access, and I understand there's already an unformed road there, unformed access there. There's a laneway that extends to the east through there, and they'll formalise a road through that process and also have a driveway crossing, which will get access to Lot 2.
as the key one that's in all the ones I just. Is that the one we're looking at?
Through Mr Mayor, page 20 has the subdivision plan on it. Very bottom of it, under the heading proposed developments. You see the orange and the blue. Orange is lot 1, that will get access off Jimerick Road. And lot 2 will have legal access off that laneway to the south.
Sorry, which page is that?
That's page. My apologies, ma'am. Mine says 20. Through Mr Mayor, proposed lot 1 will get access off Jimerick Road. The subdivision plan didn't say where the access would go, but that'll be subject to a future application to council. And proposed lot 2 will get its access off the unformed laneway that runs east-west along the southern part of that boundary. And they'll do a formal access way through that unformed road and then a driveway into the proposed lot 2 from the south there.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Philp?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Chris. My only question is on page 28 of the agenda papers. It's got the RFS consent is on the basis of no existing dwellings are on site, no buildings are proposed, no land change of use is proposed, no additional infrastructure or services are proposed. Does that mean that they're limited to never actually building or even doing a driveway on the place?
Through Mr Mayor, they still have lawful access and they certainly can put an application in for a future dwelling on the lot proposed lot 2, proposed lot 1, sorry, which has been deliberately, I guess, cited to make sure it's vacant from all structures.
Thank you for that. If there's no further questions, council has given that it's a division decision. Oh, so you do have a quick question, Councillor O'Connor.
My question is more a comment. Not only for this application, but for future applications, do we still need to have telecommunications as a requirement within the listing of items in this day of mobile phones? Thank you.
Yeah.
Through Mr Mayor, good question. With, I guess, the
changing. If you look
changing.
around the room, we're more than happy to delete it when you write out the conditions. Thank you, Mr. Okay. No further questions. I'll need a seconder, please, councillors. And then Councillor Burrows, given us a division decision that council approved DA 25.2026 for the 2-lot subdivision of Lot 2 DP 1322881, known as 190 Jimerick Road, Somers Ponds, with a clause 4.6 exemption for the minimum lot size development standard is contained within the Uralla LEP Plan 2012 as to permit an allotment having an area of 19.8 hectares and subject to the attached conditions of development consent. All those in favour? We need to stand, sorry, councillors. So, it's not church, guys. Stay there. Thank you very much, councillors.
Oh dear.
And I guess the other bit for history is we used to give our planners 10% discretion on their approval. So I guess maybe if when Kate returns, we'll give her the 10% discretion.
So
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We're just going along with it.
Yeah.
All stand. Just like being in a court of law, isn't it?
Don't start that. Okay, councillors, I'll take you to item 13.2, DA 7-2026 for 12-lot residential subdivision on land known as 75 Queen Street, Uralla. The recommendation on page 32, and thank you, Mr. Dillon, for your attendance. Appreciate that. Councillors, I've got somebody prepared to move that while we just, Councillor Philp, we have discussion. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if we could put in and I don't know if this is even something we can ask, but if we could ask that trees be planted along the road that they're proposing go in. I want more trees in Uralla, please.
I might just ask the acting manager of planning if he's got any way that we can deal with those as condition. So or put it into the report. So yep, thanks for that.
We did make it as a condition in the Barleyfields Road subdivision.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there's no problem with that. I was just checking whether we had a street tree planting procedural policy, but we don't. So, but there's no reason why a condition can't go in there.
And the other question that came up, councillors, was about the ownership of the land from the developed part to the remnant part. So I just wonder if, Mr. Chapman, if you'd like to comment on how we would handle that, please. So the discharge of the new road and the discharge part will actually be on land owned by one of the proponents. I'm just wondering if we can ensure that. Yeah. Do we need something from the slightly different ownership model or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 3 lots are all part of the application and obviously been signed by the owners. And in terms of stormwater management, those sort of things, there are conditional consent will require easements to go over any of those civil works to make sure that legal access is maintained irrespective of ownership.
Thank you very much. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great to see some development happening, a bit exciting. I just wanted to check with the acting director, sorry, is that the correct title, for Chris. So I thought I heard manager, thank you. I know, I was like, I'm thinking wrong. I just wanted to check, I thought I heard you just say now that there isn't a street tree policy, but there is, in fact. So I just wanted to check you are aware that there is a street tree policy.
Through Mr. Mayor, I am now.
Yeah, we'll get
Acting Director.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, no, there is a street tree policy, but what it doesn't govern for us is those is a specific planting palette or those sorts of items. So, as the acting manager says, we're more than able to provide a condition in the consent.
Councillor Blakeston.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just sticking with the tree theme, my question is a reflection more of my naivety, but it comes from the same place as Councillor Burrows of wanting more tree cover, not less. So my question is, I note in the report put to council the statement that there won't be any tree clearing as a consequence of this DA. That's stated on pages 36 and 43, for instance. However, this development is simply the subdivision. So my question is, how does that aspect get treated from the colloquial term I would use is a cumulative impact. The sole purpose of this development is to develop it further, not just to divide up lines on a page, so to speak. So my question is, how is that treated, or does that have any relevance to this DA before us now? And if not, when is that considered?
Acting Manager of Planning, I'd like to respond to that. Thank you. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, any future applications for dwellings on those vacant lots will require a DA. And through that process, in terms of the impacts of vegetation, it will be assessed at that time. I guess council's consideration at subdivision level is to be generally satisfied that those lots can accommodate future dwellings, subject to how they're sited. If council's confident there's a way forward for that siting to occur, then those further impacts will be treated through the DAs for individual dwelling houses when the lots are created.
Thank you. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that was a really good question. And so the individual DAs will not come back to council. So is that then a provision that we can put in the actual lots to not be clearing the existing trees?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a future application will deal with that. Council's DCPs and planning policies and state legislation all sort of points towards maintaining existing tree canopy. So there's a whole range of planning policies and planning prescriptions that sort of indicate that policy direction. Again, there's no need to put any conditions in this consent. They'll be treated on their merits based on the application at the time, with all those considerations as per council's existing controls and DCP.
Thank you. Councillors, there are no further questions. A seconder, please. I have moved by Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Council notes that in accordance with the provisions of Section 375 of the Local Government Act 1993, a division is called whenever a matter of planning decision is put to the meeting for the purpose of recording votes on planning matters. The recommendation that Council approve DA 7/2026 for 12-lot residential subdivision and land described as lots 284, 285 and 286 of DP 7555846, being 75 Queen Street, Uralla, subject to the attached conditions of development consent. All those in favour, please stand. And you guys can stay down. Thank you, councillors. Mr. Chapman, would you like to introduce yourself to Mr. Quinton Dillon on your, and if he's got any questions, he can come and talk to you at a future date if that's suitable, please. Thank you. Councillors, item 13.3, a request for a review of determination DA 65 2025 for a quarry at 639 Torryburn Road, Torryburn. The recommendation on page 49 is that council not support the request made under section 8.2 of the Environment Planning Assessment Act to amend conditions 3 and condition 5 of the notice of determination for DA 65 2025, and that the conditions remain as written. Somebody prepared to move that for discussion? Councillor O'Connor. Questions, councillors? Councillor Doran.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't think I'd be first. On page 41 of the, on page 68 of the attachment, I think, let me just follow my notes. We're talking about the section 711 charges. So I note that these are based on the average monthly return. So because presuming this will come back to council. So my question is, if this is a private owner using the quarry for their own end, mostly, and so how will the average monthly return be calculated if it's mostly for private works?
I'll just ask the General Manager. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The application that is before you deals with proposed changes, variations to 2 conditions of consent, being conditions 3 and condition 5. Condition 5 relates to the quarry boundary delineation and seeks to remove the requirement for pegging the respective boundaries. And condition 5, the application seeks to remove that. So condition 5 is relates to a traffic management plan and notes that a traffic management plan is to be submitted and approved by council under section 138 of the Roads Act for any works in the public road reserve, and the applicant is seeking to remove that requirement. So that's all that this is dealing with. The other conditions of consent would remain if council were to approve the application. The officer's recommendation is not to support those variations, and the acting director or acting manager can certainly go through if there are any other questions.
Sorry, will someone be able to respond to my
question? So I'll go through the issues. Basically, we've given approval for the quarry.
Yeah.
Included in it, we asked them to set out the boundaries of the quarry with a registered surveyor, and we also then asked them to provide a traffic management plan for their access onto our council road. They've come back by their planning officer saying they wish to withdraw those. The advice from staff is that no, they think those conditions that we approved originally were consistent, and we need to have that information, and hence the recommendation that we don't proceed. So we're not dealing with any other part of the approval that we gave.
So could you please let me know how are we working out the return if it's mostly for private use? How are we getting our 7-Eleven charges? So because that is the heavy haulage on the roads and to maintain the roads then. So I would like to know, please, how those charges are being calculated if it's mostly for private use.
If we can deal with the issue in front of us, and we can get council staff to take on notice the question about how we deal with the Section 7-Eleven charges and how we calculate them. So if that's appropriate. Councillor Mower.
Thank you, Mayor. I suppose an observation and a question to our staff. The two items that are contested here and recommendation against, I think that they're probably backed by state legislation more so than council regulation. So, I suspect that because it's a quarry, it's effectively a mine site. There is obvious a regulation around staking that out, making sure that the site's surveyed properly and considered, and assume that GPS coordinates would be attached to any official survey that's required by the EPA in particular, but also I'm assuming that mines become a part of that. And the other aspect of it is I assume that part of this will be about roads and traffic. So we have no wriggle room here in terms of what's required in egress across the reserve. So I have a suspicion that our hands are tied, and there's an observation in the report that suggested that there may be some confusion as to what was actually required of the in the development consent by the proponents. So I think that probably a letter back to the proponents explaining that that extra piece might be needed to actually be understood, that it's not necessarily just a requirement of council, but it's also a requirement of other jurisdictions that have some responsibility and carriage of the responsibility. And so I suppose what I'm asking for is clarity. Is that the case? The EPA mines have some carriage of the responsibility that we're acting on behalf of.
I'll ask the acting manager of planning to highlight that. My first thought is that if it's under 2 hectares, then it's a council issue. If it's over 2 hectares, then it's a joint regional planning panel approval process. But look, I'll take professional advice.
Through Mr. Mayor, in terms of, I guess, environmental protection licence, it depends on area and volume. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't trigger those things. Hence, the council consent's already been issued. And in terms of any road works within road reserve, irrespective of that condition, they require an approval from council as a roads authority.
Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also noticing that on page 43 of the attachment to 13.3, there are overburdened stockpiles that are outside the site. So isn't that exactly the sort of thing we'd be wanting to stop by having it surveyed and pegged so that everything to do with the quarry was inside the allowed site lines? If they're just piles on his own property, great. But if they're noted as overburdened stockpile, they're part of the quarry and they should be within the site.
Yeah, and I'll seek advice from the acting planning. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, that's right. Having a survey then removes any doubt in the future in terms of the area that was subject to the quarry operation.
Councillor Blakesley.
Mr. Mayor, my question is similar to Councillor Doran's. It's not related to the two substantive issues, and I appreciate that what we're being provided is a full briefing, but it's only those two substantive issues before us. But similarly, I was interested in how that section 711 would be calculated in a situation such as this. But the other question I had was with respect to the decommissioning plan. And I just wondered, from a council governance point of view, how do we manage the decommissioning? How do we monitor that? How do we manage the potential for a property to be sold and change hands? And how does that condition of decommissioning get attached to the land itself, not simply to a DA? And yeah, so again, it's not related to the two substantive decisions before us, but it just would be very helpful to understand that if possible.
General Manager, what with response to that, or again, sorry, the Acting Manager Planning?
There is a lot in
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the development consent relates to the land, irrespective of the operator. So the operators can change, land ownership can change, but the consent ties to the land use on those lots. So that's, I guess, the key vehicle as to how the planning system deals with change of ownerships and operators. And yes, the decommissioning plan, and when that happens, it's it's obviously going to be some time away. But again, the condition of consent's there to, I guess, ensure that those works are completed at the end of the life of the quarry. But I think, as your question alludes to, they're always a challenging time, decades down the track to manage. But that's the intent of that condition, is to do that as best we can.
Thank you. If I have no further questions, I'll look for a seconder, please. Councillor Wright. Councillors, again, as it's a development application decision, recommendation moved by Councillor O'Connor, seconded by Councillor Wright, that Council not support the request made under Section 8.2 of the Environment Planning and Assessment Act 1979 to amend Conditions 3 and Condition 5 of the Notice of Determination for DA 65/2025, and that the conditions remain as written. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. So could we please ask for formal response on the 711 charges and how they are being? That would be much appreciated.
Councillors, item 13.4, the quarterly renewable energy zone update. The recommendation that council receives the report. Somebody move it and then we can discuss it, please. Councillor Burrows. Our strategic manager of planning, take the seat. If there are any questions of the general manager, myself, or the strategic planner. Councillor Burrows, yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this report. On page 61. Firstly, I'd like to say we've heard a lot from the community lately, feedback about town does not want workers' accommodation close to town. So I'm really looking forward to seeing all the information that has been sent in by the various people to see where we're going to stand on that. But on page 61, can we please see the Uralla submission to the draft New England Res Access Scheme and any submissions to project EISs in the future? And that's obviously to be taken on down the track. I've got a couple of questions.
Just really clear. You have to take notes on the request.
I'm happy to email it through afterwards as well. It's just I would like to see also on page 61. Sorry, no, I've just got to get to page 61. a list of possible projects for the funding of the community benefit and employment program. I would really like the council to see that before it goes too far. We steer the ship, you row the ship.
Wait a second. What report are you saying that's out there and you haven't seen? Or just not got my head around it?
Okay, so on page 61, it talks about there's a list being drawn up under the Energy Co Forward Funding and Community Benefit Employment Program. I love it that a list's being drawn up for possible projects for the funding. I think that we as councils should get to see that list before it goes too far down the track.
Okay, thank you.
And then again on that page, council awaiting confirmation of the 750,000. I had verbal agreement from Energy Co around this, so I'm hoping that council has also at least had some verbal agreement around it, or do we need to press much harder?
No, we need to go to the confidential section of council where that item is specifically discussed in this meeting.
I don't believe it is. But I'm happy to, if it's up that end, I'm happy to go there then, no problem.
So if we go to item 14.12 of our confidential section, it talks about the unit and res third party agreement.
No, that's the third party agreement. I'm talking about the money that the res has given us for the 3-year, the $750,000. That is why we have Emily the Wonderful.
So we're not talking about the extension of the 3 years.
I'm talking about the extension of the 750,000 for staff.
On page 61.
Which is what I thought that item dealt with.
No, that's the third party agreement with.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Thank you.
And then my final, and that we would like it to be very, very separate to the $60 million that they're touting. And my final question is on page 62, around the New England Res Steering Committee. How much of that are we going to be able to see? Like, will we be able to see the agenda and minutes from that, or is that not public information? Or I don't mind if it's public. I'm happy for us to keep it confidential, but if possible, I would like to be able to see it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I might have to just confirm the nature of the minutes from that meeting. It has had one meeting, but I was overseas at the time, and I'm actually the joint chair. So there has been one meeting. It is a strategic. It's a strategic committee. So I'm really, I suppose I've really got to attend that meeting before I fully understand it. And I have got the terms of reference, but I just can't recall. I might have to take that one on notice for you if I could. There are a few working groups that are being stood up underneath that steering committee. And one of them is water, which is a very critical issue, and we'll have representation on that particular working group. And I think that's where we will see the greatest outcomes and analysis coming through under that auspice. But I'll take that on notice and get that out for council, as Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think we'd all find it pretty interesting to see what they're steering toward.
Councillor Muller.
I just want to page 109, area of focus infrastructure, and common theme has been through the submissions about water. And my understanding was that our position was that we didn't have any available water, potable or alternative, in our infrastructure. And I don't think that's been clearly stressed in the infrastructure restraints. And obviously it's led to some angst amongst our community. And I think that we need to actually stress that to our community, because this document is our action on behalf of the community. That we need to stress that we have a position that there is no water available out of our infrastructure for the res. That's obviously a significant concern for our community, and I just don't see it here in how we actually communicate that to not only our community but to the rest proponents.
Councillors, you probably watched me do an interview before I went on leave, and basically I danced around that on the basis that I didn't know whether they were going to come up with ideas around recycled water that council had made no determination of, and the open issue without a direct question to council and a direct value on what they thought the water was. So we've always articulated that we don't have enough in our supply for our community. However, if there's other options, then if they talked about large amounts of money, then until I get a council resolution that says we're never giving them potable water, whether it be from the bores or from the dam, then I danced around it to say, look, currently we have no water availability, but I'm happy to be more blunt about that. I take the view that, as you say, if 30% is no good, then it's not usable, and we're already in level 1 and we're about to go to level 2. So yeah, I take your point. So if the councillors are happy for me to be really direct about the response to that, then I understand what they're saying. And that's why I danced around it.
I think that we're 7 years on from trucking water into this community, and we still don't have a resolution for how we're going to supply water to our community in the future. And I think that for our community, it's present in the mines and in the pain, and so I can see why the community is wicked up about the issue, and I think that we actually need to take a stand, a strong stand on this on behalf of our community, and to make sure that there are options and expedient options, given that we're back in level 1 and potentially level 2 restrictions again. It comes to front of mind for everyone at the issue that we're 7 years on from a catastrophe, and we still don't have a resolution. And I feel as though the bureaucracy is standing in our way at this stage. I know the massive amount of work that this council has done in terms of exploring all the options that are available to us, but it appears as though we're battling uphill against a bureaucracy that actually doesn't understand the immediacy of the catastrophe that this community will face if we go into what potentially is a super El Nino.
Your point's well made, Councillor Mallor. Councillor Blackster.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Similar to Councillor Burrows, I was keen to know if there was any update regarding the 3-year funding, given the couple of week lapse between the date of this report and today. Similarly, just adding to the discussion there around water, the bottom of page 56, where explicitly it says Energy Co has asked whether council can supply, and council's yet to issue a formal response. That's obviously a pointed opportunity to enact what was just discussed. My first question, though, is what are the legalities around that? What legal right does council have to sell any of the water that is council's, which is obviously only a small portion of the total water available in this LGA? We do not own the LGA. But what are the legal considerations as balanced against other uses of that water, and particularly to Councillor Mailer's point about critical human health and water needs would be the obvious priority, but it's not the only one. So I wondered if there was an answer around that and what the legal considerations are. That's my first question.
I'm going to pass on to the acting director because I can give you my blunt views of that, but acting director, you might like to respond, please.
Councillors, look, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologise that I'm just not completely au fait with your requirements as a water utility in that respect. My observation would be that you wouldn't be seeking to sell water to anyone else prior to having satisfied the needs of your own community. I can't imagine any staff that would ever go and make that decision without the consideration of a full council report and your determination on that. So I would just thought, as a matter of practice, that's the only way that you would be considering that avenue. But I will do a review of just our authorities under the water utility as a water utility, and I'll just provide any further advice if that's erroneous.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add to that, I think there's a localised issue, but there's a big picture issue. And councils, and this is actually on page 62 of the report under outcomes to date, a multi-council working group to progress a regional water solution has been formed. So you might recall that we had a report to council confirming, which confirmed council's agreement for council officers to form part of that working group with Walker and Armidale. Armidale is playing a lead role in that process and seeking a significant solution, because it's not only Uralla that faces this challenge for water, not just for the res, but for our own domestic and growth purposes. So water is a key consideration. We've had advocacy at state level. We advocate through the various channels that we have available to us. I know the Mayor does the same through CORAM, and Mayor of Armidale and Mayor of Walker are doing the same. So our position to Energy Co has been from the beginning, there's no water for the res in Uralla, and they're aware of that, well and truly aware of it. However, if we were to have smaller worker camps developed, that would be a different issue, and we'd need to deal with those on their merits at the time. If it was in the town centre and just parking that one, but if there was, we'd be looking at the town water supply. If there were camps established on development sites, then they may have a trucked-in solution or such, but those would be looked at on their own merits. But I think suffice to say that we certainly are well aware that there's not enough water in the Shire to service those big growth opportunities. But I think, as Mr. Head was saying, when it's localised, there's within a reticulated area, it's expected that we can allow connection to our water supply, and that's something we need to consider for each development proposal on its merits.
Councillor Burrows.
I'm really concerned about them using bore water, underground water, and that we have absolutely no control over that. DQ is the body that is looking over that. But then when we went on our fact-finding mission to Central West Uralla, we were told that there were anecdotal reports of, and I've also heard that there are anecdotal reports here in our region as well, where bores have been dropped before permission has been granted because it is cheaper for them to pay the fine than not have the water. So I would want us to be advocating very strongly against that happening here.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I just want to make the observation that this is the second 6 monthly update of the quarterly report. So just hoping that we can get it quarterly. That would be great.
Can we go back to the opening comments where the strategic manager set out why she wasn't able to do the last one?
Yeah, that's
we'll
right.
get
I'm
closer to it, but we take your comment.
Appreciate
Thank you.
And also just one thing, I was getting a bit confused in reading the tables. So at the bottom of page 57, the biodiversity reference group talks about that council took part in a workshop with the Q team. So I just am wondering if we can just be a bit more specific where it's council staff or council officers took part, because the council didn't actually. It was, the council officers. And on the bottom of 58, so the New England Res Forum Working Group, are we a member of that? Because we're not listed. I'm hoping we are. I think we would be, but we're not listed in that forum, that group. So just wondering if that, and then I think my other questions have
Let's go back to one question.
been
So
addressed.
can we answer that last question, please?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Doran, I actually missed the question.
Oh, so sorry. At the bottom of 58, the table has the New England Res Forum Working Group, and it says established to organise the 2-day Res Forum, and I thought Uralla was a part of that group, and we're not listed. So I was just checking if we were.
Thank you, Councillor. That is a total oversight. We really led that process. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I did have another question on 63. I will just go to my notes. I think it says councillor representatives on project consultative committees. So I'm wondering which council representation we have on project consultative committees. I was not sure what they were.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, we have Councillor Burrows is our CCC representative for the Neoen Thunderbolt Wind Farm, although we're not sure where that consultative committee has gone. And also, Councillor Burrows is our delegate to the Energy Co CRG, which is a consultative reference group of sorts. At the present, yeah.
Can I go back to your question about the Res Forum? And I think we should highlight the extraordinary work that our strategic management planning did in helping with other groups to set that up. The fact that we actually got the minister on day 2 was a coup. The fact that she organised the 3 mayors, including myself, to be on a co-ram session to take questions from the floor. But all in all, and you know, if we look through the list of people, we had the general manager from ASIN come up from Tasmania, so it was an outstanding 2 days. And so, thank you, councillor. Congratulations, Miss Sims. So, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to
Question,
the council.
Councillor Blakester.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of other specific questions. The New England Conservation Investment Strategy, which is referred to on page 57, I wondered, is there a timeline around that, an indicative forward timeline that we could be given? That's my first. I've got 2 more.
I'll have to take that on notice. I probably buried in the meeting minutes is an indicative time frame, but we've seen a draft strategy, Councillor Blakester, so I can't be too far away from public exhibition, I'd say.
Yeah, great, because it's obviously one of, in addition to water, the impacts on biodiversity is something coming through so strongly and loudly from the community, and this is a missing piece. I have seen there's no critique of anyone in this room, but I don't think most people are aware that there's an investment piece alongside the clearing piece, for want of a better description.
It's worth noting too that the New England is the only res that has had a stakeholder group like the BRG, the Biodiversity Reference Group, involved in the creation of the strategy. So that's been a bit of a coup for that reference group, which was quite bolshy and self-selected when it knocked on Energy Co's door to demand to take part in what initially was Energy Co's transmission line biodiversity assessments. Their advocacy resulted in the North Hub being moved, and to carry through to us being able to actively work with DQ on the conservation investment strategy feels like a real win to me.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's very valuable to know. I wondered, page 62, there's reference to end-of-life infrastructure concerns, but only solar is identified, and I wondered, is that intentional, or are there broader concerns around end-of-life infrastructure?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm struggling a little bit because I don't have the full business paper, so I don't know the page number that you're referencing.
Page 62 is what I had. Yeah, so page 62, there's a dot point list at the top of the page, last dot point, longer term issues including end of life solar infrastructure and waste management. And I just wondered why solar in particular and why not a myriad other bits of infrastructure.
That's a very good question. No particular reason other than the solar end of life conversation has been quite topical within the community. We had recently a solar recycling forum at Nova, and additionally, this council has pursued kind of strategic solar recycling opportunities. We've, through the University of New South Wales, we've supported a process, and also about using our industrial land, potentially talked to PV industries. So no particular reason for that to be pulled out other than we've probably spoken about that more than any other infrastructure that's coming in.
Thank you. And then last question, the case studies referred to on page 60, which is in respect of the magic sand process. I just wondered what the sign-off process would be around them, given that I'm just mindful always of third parties who generously do work, and in this case it was funded by some big philanthropy, but I just want to make sure that our council's reputation and how that is leveraged is used appropriately.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I totally understand your concern there. We've been given the draft from the Next Economy, and actually that's sitting with Tony Butcher, our communications officer, and I have stressed to the Next Economy that we would not be looking at any of that communication going out on their platform until this item, the next item, had been discussed and resolved at council.
Councillor Phil?
I just have a question around that $750,000 3-year funding agreement. One of the big takeouts that I got from our little excursion to Central West Uralla was that $750,000 currently supports council staff, and we probably should be asking for more. Is that in the pipeline?
Okay. Look, I'm happy to hand over to you too, Steve. Certainly, we believe that there should be more, and we have had engagement with Energy Co about confirming the extension of that funding. That's our first priority. And really, that funding is required for the life of the construction period. While we need to be considering projects and providing technical input or advice on these matters, the other thing is that there is more to be spent in here, and you'll be aware that there is additional funding that's been provided by Energy Co, which will fund other projects to further the RES, and that's $1 million. That's actually tied into the same deed. We have been having discussions with Energy Co about how to access those funds, what are the parameters around what projects might be put forward, what are the emerging opportunities, etc. So we would see that that additional funding could fund additional work, which would support the work our officers are doing, and also further some of the initiatives that council's identified to support the RES and get good outcomes for the community. So we haven't landed on anything yet because we're still in discussions with them, but potentially there are things in the pipeline that we'd be bringing back to council soon. Thank you. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just on our trip to Mudgee, it was clear that the Emily for Mudgee was just being inundated with not only the development applications, but modifications to development applications. And so it was it was based around, well, this is the workload, and if you want these modifications to come out in the 14 days that you're directing us we should, then if you don't give us enough money to employ more staff, then they're going to sit there and you can take us to the Land Environment Court. So that was sort of that discussion, rather than having, at the moment, and for want of a better word, we're at the starting of the process, but we're well aware that they need to fund all of those if they want. And in some ways, they need us to be putting that, even if they say it's a state development approval, there are still a number of issues, and we've probably highlighted in the last 3 months about closing roads, Section 138 certificate approvals, road application approvals, over size over mass approvals. So there's lots of those challenges. If they want them to be done in a reasonable time, then they need to fund the staff to do that. That's my strong view on that. Thank you. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one note that I'd overlooked. Back to page 62, and under the heading, which is the key outcomes to date. So the first dot point is established a collaborative, workable approach with Energy Co on the future heavy vehicle route via Staces Road. So my question is there work being done with the affected residents on Staces Road?
I'm going to go to the group manager for further response, but all of the landowners have been written to and have been spoken to by. So when Energy Co said they were sending out the letters, I asked them to send us a copy of the letter they were sending to all the impacted landowners. But I'll also get the group manager to update us on where they are with their design and where the communication with the council, if that's through you, General Manager. Thanks.
Certainly.
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, they've sent through their 30% design, which is basically just their term for how they determine a metric during the design process, being that 100% is their final approved for construction design. There was a design from the New England intersection with Staces Road all the way through to Thunderbolts Way intersection with Staces Road, but it's the TSR, but they've sort of designed it as an extension of the Staces Road. I think there was about 36 plans all up, which is not many for a road of that sort of size, but we had plenty of comments and feedback, and we passed that through to them. So as we get through from DD 50, 60, 80 and 100, I'm sure we'll have more and more interfaces with them and comments to raise. So of course we put our best foot forward in terms of getting the road that we would like to see and the drainage that we would like to see in interfaces with the residents, and making sure that their existing accesses are upgraded where possible, and all that sort of thing. But we'll do our best in that space.
So, with the development of Staces Road, and the impact that it could have on the affected residents on that road, so could there, or is there a possibility to be working with those residents on any sort of like tree planting or any assistance to perhaps have some part of their house, perhaps double glazed windows or like other things that could assist their livability on that road, given that they will have to put up with the increased traffic, etc. So I'm just wondering, are we at that stage yet, or is that something we're going to get to?
No, we're certainly not at that stage yet at all. No. Yeah.
But we will work towards that.
Well, I'd have to look at what we can and can't do.
Yeah.
Adjusting people's windows, probably not. Tree planting, screening, things like that, probably yes. But I don't know.
I didn't actually mean us. I meant advocate with Energy Co so that Energy Co are doing that. That's what I was actually meaning, not us. Not you, but advocating.
Thanks. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for my benefit to clarify, we have a soft approval for the 750,000 we've been talking about, but not a hard approval. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. We certainly have strong verbal advice, and it's consistent with what is being done elsewhere. And we have an agreement and this particular component is still pending further confirmation in writing. The current agreement goes through to December, and we're seeking for that to be updated soon.
Thank you. And secondly, for my benefit, has council been issued with a draft deed for the proposed $1 million?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And that'll be presented to council for consideration?
So the agreement from Energy Co was updated. That amount of funds was added to it, and that is part of the agreement that already exists. What we don't have is further direction on how to actually access those funds. So council was made aware of that, and I'll need to take notice on that because I've been on leave. But yes, the deed is in place.
Can I just have information on the timeline? So is it correct that there was an existing agreement which did not concern the $750,000 or did?
You can, Emily, because I'll need to look it up to have a
The original funding agreement for the original 750,000 was signed in 2021? No. 2023. And through a series of variations to the schedules, that essentially the amount has been updated. Additionally, we've had variations or we've made requests to spend portions of those funds and needed to have confirmation from Energy Co that they sat within the funding agreement, where we've I'm going to use the word push the envelope a little bit. The terms of the funding agreement, I'm not sure whether they were brought to council at the time.
So is it the case that there is an existing funding agreement for $750,000 that we do not have a hard yes on an extension of, and we do not have a hard yes on an additional $1 million, but there are draft terms in a deed for what we would do with that $1 million if allocated?
Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wright, can I just take that one on notice? I'll just locate the exact document and we'll provide that further advice specifically, because there have been I'm just looking for the dates on that current agreement. What I can confirm is that we have an agreement for $750,000 over 3 years, which is in place. That takes us through to the end of the year. That covers the staff work that we've talked about, and we've actually used that funding for other things such as the housing strategy work that was done the year before last. What we are now we've now been given is an additional $1 million that has gone to council that will be made available to council to further projects within the RES that support the RES, and the details of how we would access those funds we're still discussing. And I'll take that on notice and provide further information to all councillors around those provisions.
Thank you, General Manager. That was very helpful. I'm just...
Can we be really clear? If there's a deed that needs to be signed off by council, it will come to council. So
I'm not asking that question.
They won't be signing off on anything until...
I'm not asking that question.
Oh, right.
My question is, we've received $1 million from Energy Co.
We haven't got any money. We don't have it in our bin. You do. Oh, there you go. Sorry, I stand corrected. Where is the $1 million?
The $1 million was added to the funding deed, and they have actually varied the funding deed. So that is a firm approved, signed off by Doug Perry.
Thank you very much for that information. I'm sorry to persist, but I'm interested. We have an original funding deed, which is now the subject of a $1 million variation that council hasn't approved. Correct? It's been absorbed, not approved.
Thank you. I'll just clarify, Councillor Wright. There is a funding deed with Energy Co to receive money, and the funding deed has been varied to add $1 million to it. Now, we don't have that money up front. We don't have the $750,000. We've been making claims for it on a quarterly basis over the life of that agreement. Now, what EnergyCo has done is added $1 million to that agreement, which is in fact a commitment to fund additional work by council, if approved, and subject to meeting the requirements of EnergyCo specifications. That's as far as we have at this moment. So we don't have $1 million in the bank, and we don't have the money in advance to fund our staff. We receive that through reimbursement and quarterly claims. So that's as much as we can give you. In terms of the $1 million, the same applies. We will need to make application for those funds to be released to council. Now, there is a funding deed, and I've just tracked it down, and it's been signed off by myself and the EnergyCo director.
Thank you. That's very helpful, General Manager. Can I just finally say that I, for my benefit as an elected representative, would like to be closing the gap between the knowledge that variations are increasing the amounts of money and what this council might decide to do with the money. So I'm minded that we discussed last week some potential use of a figure of $1 million towards waste management. That's a great idea. However, I'm now needing a little more information, if it's okay, and I'm happy to do this in private session rather than at the council table, to understand the relationship between the accretion of more money from EnergyCo and what EnergyCo want from it. Because it's their money that they're giving to us. So for my benefit, I need to know what the conditions are in that original deed and any variations to it, to know the decisions I'm making as to the expenditure on behalf of the community are clear to me, so that I can make it clear to the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillors, now we have moved by Councillor Burrows. A seconder, please, Councillor Doran. That council receives the report. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. If you get a seconder, it is. Seconder, Councillor Wright. All those in favour of we break for a cup of tea? Thank you. We break now.
We're live again.
We're live. Okay. Thanks, guys. Okay. Councillors, item 13.5, the Renewable Energy Strategic Action Plan. Recommendations on page 64. That council notes the submissions received during public submission of the draft Renewable Energy Action Plan and endorses the responses set out in the report. Adopts the Uralla Shire Renewable Energy Strategic Action Plan incorporating the post-exhibition amendments described in the report, and notifies and thanks all the submitters. So can I have somebody move it so we can discuss it, please? Councillor Burrows. Questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the wonderful work that's been done by our General Manager and her staff in relation to these issues is to be commended. And the fact that Uralla Shire has the opportunity to lead in relation to the renewable energy zone strategy in New South Wales is a continuing delight. Climate change requires that we address issues of energy transition, and as difficult and as complex as matters like renewable energy zones become, they are critical to the future well-being of all of us in the Shire and beyond. However, having said that, I wish to record that I will not support the recommendation. But my reason for doing so is that I am concerned that we have a number of strategies or other policy documents now in play that all essentially lead to the same place, which is our response to the RES. And I am concerned that we are not approaching the overall strategy to these matters in a way that ensures we don't end up with conflicting strategic positions. I'm most minded to say the relationship between this report and the housing strategy and the draft growth strategy, all leading to a deadline in December for amendments to our LEP. So for those reasons, I very respectfully say I am very thankful for the work, and it's very good work, but for reasons not associated with the quality of the work, I will decline to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to say anything? Councillor Blakester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things. In the strategy itself, so in the attachments, and specifically the new table, which is very useful to have that snapshot of the vision, the strategies and the priority actions. There's page 85, page 85 of the attachments. Yep, page 85 of the attachments. So there's a couple of strategies there, specifically the nature and agriculture one, which talks about protect biodiversity in agriculture, but also enhance. And then similarly, the housing, which is in the infrastructure section, talks about maintain and improve. And so both of those strategies talk about holding on to the values we currently have, but also improving on them. But the actions only talk about the negative. So if I come back to agriculture and biodiversity, the action is work with energy co and developers to minimise impact, but minimising impact doesn't enhance anything. Similarly with housing, availability, affordability, we've got work with developers on housing solutions, but they're very broad. Now, I make this point because there's a logic link that's not there, but I'm making it also knowing full well that these are factors that are difficult for a local council to influence. But for instance, the earlier remarks about the conservation investment strategy, I think they could be referenced here. There are levers that we do have access to. And so that was my first comment was, I know we're right at the 11th hour with this strategy, but this is a new table that's been added that starts to make it more concrete. So, that was my first comment. And then, and really suggestion, I think it would strengthen not only the strategy, but also the challenge we have with our community, because these are some of the real friction points. And I do think, even though some of the friction points are so much bigger than us, but some of them we have got strategies and there are things in motion, but they're not widely known and understood. And I think our water discussion tonight falls into that category. I think this category does as well. And then the, who knows, $30 to $60 million a year community benefit employment fund. Like there's some big levers there that are not well understood by the community, which isn't to say, well, therefore we should all just clam up. Far from it. But we've then got levers that we can really work hard on. And the more our community know what they are, the better. And then the second and final comment I wanted to make was back in the main agenda and papers on page 72, which is the standard report framework that we have with council papers that I appreciate. The reporting aspect of this, and this is, again, common, what comes to us as the elected council, but it says progress on the strategy, RESAP, will be monitored through council's existing strategic planning and reporting framework. And I've raised this before, but my concern about that is things just disappear. They just disappear because that reporting framework is its own behemoth and it doesn't track things specifically. And it's one of the challenges, maybe it's just me and I'm just not clever enough, but I really struggle with the continuity of what we work on here. And we put a lot of effort into a plan like this, but then we'll go 6 months, a year, and there'll be no discussion, no report, no update. And I just lose things. And we're going to get to a later item, which is the open space strategy, which I will use as a case in point, is that it just sits there somewhere in a digital shelf, but it's not being enlivened. And that's my concern, is I want to see a plan like this enlivened. Otherwise, it is just dust gathering on a shelf. And I know that's not what any of us want. And I don't think there's an easy solution to this, but I nonetheless want to raise it as, how do we get more regular reporting on these things? And I know that's an impost on staff, but reporting means they're alive, they're not forgotten. And how do we properly integrate them into our mainstream reporting? Because I still, and I've raised this before, have a real concern that most of the reporting we're obliged to do under the IPRNF doesn't actually serve us, doesn't give us the strategic information we need, doesn't give it to us in a timely manner, doesn't inform our decision making. And so this is the constraints of government, far bigger than us, but wherever there's wiggle room that we can make it more logical for ourselves, the better, I think. So hopefully that makes sense, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the officer for providing this to us. And I really appreciate it in track changes. That is just a win. So thank you. In the attachments on page 95, I just want to draw everyone's attention to the community vision statement and paragraph 3. So the community is united, inclusive, and proud of its heritage. First Nations custodianship is respected and embedded in decision making. Newcomers are welcomed and actively involved with events, spaces, and programs that bring people together. So I'm really glad that that's our community vision. I just wanted to highlight that. On page 131, I'm also just wondering what the first dot point of 6.2.2 is, because it's kind of just gone. And so page 131. So I'm just wondering if that was important, because I'm not sure where it is. And then the case study, which is about the New England Family Support Services, which are based in Armidale. They do have an office through the Uralla Community Neighbourhood Centre in Uralla. However, the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, which has been operating since 1983, also provides all those services, and they are based in our council-owned facility, which is the RSL Hall. So it would be great to do a case study on a long-established support service based in Uralla. And then I just had a note about council. On page 132, it's not a biggie, but just if we can just be careful to put council officers rather than council as in the elected body, because sometimes it just gets a bit, like I read some of it and I go, I wasn't involved in that, and then I'm like, oh, it must have meant the officers. So it just might be good to clarify that, but that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. If there's no further questions, I'll look for a seconder, please. Councillor Doran. I'll put the motion that council notes the submissions received during public exhibition of the draft Renewable Energy Action Plan and endorses the responses set out in the report, adopts the Uralla Shire Renewable Energy Strategic Action Plan incorporating the post-exhibition amendments described in the report, and 3, notifies and thanks all submitters. Moved by Councillor Burrows, seconded by Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Wright voting against. Can you turn your microphone off, please, Councillor Wright? Thank you, councillors. go back to the process. I need somebody to move. Councillor Doran, seconder, please. Councillor Wright, all those in favour that we now break for dinner. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Now I'd like to move in a seconder and then vote. Move Councillor Arnold, second Councillor Burrows, and we move back into ordinary council meeting. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Item 13.6, loans is of the 30th of June. Well, I will hold up a sec. I did ask the group manager to introduce our new staff member. Oh, yeah, I couldn't see it behind the curtain. So please, Mr.
Thanks, Tony. Mr. Mayor and councillors, I'd like to introduce to you Jordana Rose de Cruz. Jordana, are you able to stand up? Thank you. Jordana has just taken on the role of governance officer for us. This is her fifth week. It's her first council meeting, and I checked in with her during the break. I said, "How's it going?" She says, "I feel like it's Christmas. I feel like we've got the right person for a governance officer. I can't wait to introduce her to Eric." But I wanted to introduce Jordana to everybody. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Item 13.6, councillors, loans as of the 30th of June 2026. The recommendation of council notes the total loan position as of the 30th of June 2026 is $1,023,957. Somebody move that, please. Councillor O'Connor, seconder. Any questions, councillors? Arnold, you've got a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's probably a very silly question. However, I'm going to ask it. Why is the 939,510 just sitting there with nothing? No interest, no instalments.
I'm going to throw to the Chief Finance Officer. And can you just explain how we pay off the loans of monthly loan payments, please? CFO?
Next quarter. Yep. I'm sorry about that. Councillor Burrows has just pointed out that I didn't read the fine print above the table, and therefore I now know that it's about the quarterly payment, which will be due next quarter. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, so given that, Councillor Arnold, are you happy to second that? Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Item 13.7, investment as of the 30th of June 2026. The recommendation of council notes the cash position as the 30th of June consisting of cash and overnight funds of $5,138,587, term deposits of $22 million, total cash and term deposits of $27,138,587 as of June 2026, and the restrictions are reconciled. And fourth dot point, the restrictions are reconciled quarterly as of the 31st of March 2026. Council's total cash and investments was $24,567,924, comprising of $19,805,509 in external restrictions and $4,514,070 in internal restrictions, leaving an unrestricted balance of $1.45345 million, compared with $1.112649 as the 31st of December 2025. The unrestricted cash balance of the 30th of June 2026 will be finalised through the year-end audit. So somebody to move that, and then I'll take questions. Councillor O'Connor. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Connor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to draw council's attention to the fact that the total cash and term deposits at $27,138,587 is up from the $24,319,710 at the 31st of May. So I asked the question, what significant amounts did we get during the June period?
Through General Manager, we can ask the CFO to respond, please.
To respond, please. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The month June is always, we get FACS funding. So in the month June, we received 80% of total FAG allocation for 26-27, which is $3.1 million. On the top of that, we received $850,000 against the snowstorm claim. So these are the main contributor to the increase of the overall cash balance as of 30th June. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blakesley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you, just to clarify, when will the updated unrestricted cash balance be able to be reported to council, please?
The normal process, Councillor Blakesley, would be when we get the draft audited statements for us to sign off on to be sent to the Auditor General. Correct me if I'm wrong, CFO. And then that'll have a figure. So council will be given a document to say, are we happy that we're close enough to send off? And then when we get the final review, but that at that point we'll have a cash position, which is obviously critical to the organisation.
So just notice General Manager saying September. Like, my concern is $1 million is what we had 3.5 months ago, 4 months ago. We're flying so close to the wind. So I just want to have confidence that we are still liquid without dipping into restricted funds, which is a much more complicated process. So my question in that case is, how do we know we're not yet dipping into restricted funds?
Two things out of that. Council will not, staff won't dip into restricted funds without council specific approval. So that's the first issue. So if we want to take money, it would be in that quarterly review process. The other part is that, and I know of some councils where they've sought to have a bank, and I'll use overdraft to manage to ensure that all their accounts are paid. But that's a process that we haven't had to get to. But that's the order of making sure we can pay all our bills. Thank you. So councillors have moved. Councillor O'Connor, have we got a seconder, please? Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. And I think at the end of the day, and I appreciate that the Regional Australia Bank, the investments have increased. I know there's always those challenges with global, but so the CFO, great work, and yeah, we'll see you again next month when you tell us all the more good news.
Is going around for a few more reports.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll just wait a moment. Okay, item 13.8, an update on the rates and water debtors in arrears. That council notes the report on rates and water charges arrears and the improvement in the recovery of ongoing charges. Somebody wish to move that, and then we can ask questions. Councillor Arnold, thank you. Any questions, councillors? No questions. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Philp, thank you. And thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Yeah, the council notes the report on rates and water charges arrears and the improvement in the recovery of outstanding charges. Thank you. Councillors, I think we set a huge challenge for our staff to get the rates to the point that the funding where they are, particularly with the water, where we and obviously some challenges around for the staff, particularly at our front office staff. So I think we need to be aware of those challenges. Councillors, item 13.9, a request from Group Grace Munro Board regarding rental on 2 Thunderbolts Way, Bundarra. There's a recommendation on the bottom of page 79. What I would like is somebody to move the recommendation, and then we can have a discussion about how we work forward. Councillor Philp, thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Philp?
So with this, I do know that this has been a bit of a thorn in the side for progressing the doctor and the pharmacist to be there, who are going to be paying some sort of rent, I'm guessing, to the Grace Munro Board. If they're getting rent from external people, should we be maybe doing the lease for these external people through us, or still as like Grace Munro subletting it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hand over to the group manager to provide a response to that question. Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Phil. In relation to the current arrangement, as previously reported to the last meeting of council, we have an existing month-to-month arrangement where we lease the whole of the building to them. And there is an arrangement in place where they sublet to Hunter New England Health for the community health centre. Within the premises, there is a single room that Tablelands Community Support used to rent from Grace Munro Aged Care. So the practice has always been they lease the whole of the building, and then anyone who wants to sublet back from them sublets back from them. That arrangement has been proposed in the draft lease that's been provided to them. As councillors may recall, there was a previous resolution to give them to offer them a lease for a term of 2 to 3 years. That lease was drawn up on the same terms as the previous lease. That was offered to the board, and the board has sat on it for some time. This request has come from Mr. Bruce McLean, who I think was a past member of the board but is not a current member of the Grace Munro Aged Care Board, and then also from one of the current directors of the board, Mr. Max Elphick, who is also a councillor at Glen Innes Severn Council.
Just quickly, do you realise Bruce McLean was a previous councillor?
Sorry, the microphone, please, Councillor.
Well, it's only because I was interrupting. Are you aware that I just wanted to mention that Bruce McLean was a councillor on Uralla Council for many years as well. So
okay.
That's probably a bit of linkage that maybe you didn't know. But
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Doran. So in relation to the information that we've been provided, those are attachments to the report. What I've endeavoured to provide councillors with is a bit of a background to the current arrangement. So they're currently the annual rent that we receive per month is $373,795.60 per month, which equates to an annual rental revenue of $45,547.92. The request that has come from the board through Mr. Elphick is for a rent relief to a complete rent relief for 3 years. What I've also provided some information to the councillors on, for some of those councillors who may not be aware, particularly Councillor Wright, of some of the background and the history of this particular facility. We were, when I say we, council was had the land and the building transferred to it back in the early 2000s. And there's various restrictions on the use of the land for the purposes of aged care facilities. We've gone through the process of adopting a plan of management to allow us to do a long-term lease of the premises to the current operator. The current operator stepped in when McLean Aged Care exited because they determined that it was financially unviable back in 2009, as it is an 11-bed facility. My opinion through operating council's aged care facility is that this is not a facility we could take on and run ourselves at 11 beds. I have provided some financial information, which I've taken from the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, which is their financial returns going back to 2015, which is on page 81. That provides some information which shows that their revenue is quite lumpy. So there's some significant ups and significant downs. The conversation that I had with Mr. Elphick recently, they haven't prepared their annual financial reports yet, but he was very concerned that they were going to have significant losses, primarily due to their inability to recruit aged care RNs. and they had to rely upon agency nurses, and agency nurses are extremely expensive. And so he put that projected loss of in excess of 100,000 around that. Now, that information is just based upon that conversation that I've had with Mr. Elphick, and I've said, this is what I intend to put in the report. Do you agree with that? And he agreed that it was around that mark, but he hadn't finished his financial reporting for the year. So that's the weight that councillors should give that particular bit of information. But the overall performance of the facility is quite good. So they currently maintain a 4-star rating, which is very good. That's difficult to maintain. To put that into perspective, our residential aged care facility is sat on 4 stars. It's gone up to 5, and then it can go back down to 4, and a lot of that depends upon your ability to, with your care minutes and your ability to staff overnight for the 24/7 staffing. So staffing really impacts that ability to jump from 4 to 5. The letters also refer to existing community support arrangements, which is why I've addressed those in the report. They have pointed to the arrangement, the long-standing arrangement that we have with the Uralla preschool, whereby no rent is charged. That's in our fees and charges, and there's an internal journal, so that's charged, and then it's internally journaled, equalised, so that there is no charge that's given to the premises. My investigations into this arrangement, it appears that once back in the mid-70s, there was a preschool in the Uralla neighbourhood centre, well, in the Memorial Hall, and then funding was raised to build it in its current location. Council did contribute some funds to that, but the majority of the funds were raised by community fundraising, and then there's been a number of upgrades that have happened over time. And I think it was 2 council meetings ago, the development application for the most recent refurbishments have come in, and council is not contributing to that. That's fully funded by the preschool. So that seems to be where this arrangement has originated from, but there is no written document documenting that. So the reason why I've brought that to councillors' attention is because we have a lot of arrangements that have rolled over from time to time. There's not been the best record keeping of those arrangements. There may be very good reasons as to why we've done those things, but when it's not properly documented, it's very difficult to speak to these things when these issues come up. So the reason why in our operational plan, we've identified that we need to come up with a community grants and support framework, because we have a lot of these ad hoc agreements that have just been rolling over from year to year. So that leads to the recommendation that I have put to the councillors here. If we did have to step in and take over the operations of the Grace Munro residential aged care facility, there is no way that we could do that at $45,000. Assuming that we took over all the assets and the existing funds and whatnot that's there. So that's something to put into consideration. I do think that in circumstances where they might be struggling this year, I think there is some merit to giving them some form of rent relief. I haven't outlined what that quantum should be. I've left it up to the councillors, and the councillors can quite rightly say no, but I do think there is a lot of merit as to us giving them some form of rent relief. I don't think we should be giving it to them for 3 years without a framework to make that decision and a bit more information for councillors to make that decision. So, councillors, that's the background. There's what we have in the report. And at the end of the day, the main promise that I made to Mr. Elphick was that his correspondence would go up to council and it would be discussed.
Councillor O'Connor.
Mayor, I have,
Thanks.
Mayor, I have a question and then a proposal. my question is on page 81, Stelfic has provided an estimate of $100,000 as a deficit. Does that include a full paid rent?
They've been paying their rent, so they have been paying their rent every month.
Would include it,
Yes.
right? My suggestion is this: I think
can we go from suggestion to recommendation, or we're having a general discussion? Councillor O'Connor, just give me some guidance.
Well, my recommendation is my suggestion, right?
Okay, well, thank you.
I would suggest that we modify point 3, which says provide GMAC with rent relief for this financial year, right, to be changed to a period of 6 months pending the general manager, and then include the words from page 85, request the general manager to present a community support policy to council for consideration in accordance with the council's adopted operational plan, and B, provide council with a report outlining community grants, sponsorships, rent concessions, fee waivers and other forms of assistance providing to the community organisation during the following financial year. The reason I say that is that I think it's time that we looked at. We've been asking for this. What do we do? What are we paying for? Or every payment we make and every concession we make has a history. They've been given for good reasons, but those reasons change. And so I think I would prefer to sit here as a council and make one about all of them at one time. But we do need to give GMAC a period. I think this financial year is probably too far out, but 6 months gives us the opportunity to have the staff prepare a full detail, and then by December we say we know we can tell all the organisations this is our plan for the future. That would be what I would love to see, and that's what I would propose as amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would endorse that if that were to be put forward as a change to the motion. Good to have the confirmation that they are paying rent, because I wasn't actually sure if they were or not. In which case, waiving the rent wouldn't have made a difference if they weren't actually paying it. So that's why I was wondering about that. Bruce McLean's letter in the attachments electronically is a bit cut off. Just as an FYI, I can sort of work out what he's trying to say because I do know him. So that's kind of okay. I'm wondering, what's the arrangement with rent for McMoores? So we've got these other arrangements for the preschool, and we've spoken of other things. So McMoores, I'm just wondering, I haven't seen that come up. So is there an arrangement? Is there a rent that would be how does it work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is charged through the corporate overheads. So McMoore Gardens is charged corporate overheads for the costs from council to the operation of that building. So part of that covers the maintenance costs of the building, the depreciation, and also other costs such as human resources, governance, and those kinds of functions. So that's charged back to McMoore Gardens as a corporate overhead.
Not being too savvy with finances, so is that the corporate overhead? Is that, I don't quite get. So if we were to take over Grace Munro, so then would not the corporate overheads work in the same way to run Grace Munro? Because I noticed that you spoke about $45,000 not being enough to run, and I don't think it's meant to be that way. The $45,000 is a rent payment, not to run the facility. So I think before we dismiss running the facility, I think we need to probably investigate what that could look like, rather than just thinking, well, we can't do it on $45,000. So I just wanted to mention that. I feel like there was one other thing I was going to. Do you want to
Thank
go?
you, Councillor Arnold.
Excuse me. Thank you. A couple of questions. One, my memory tells me that we don't have a signed lease contract with them currently, and I wonder where that's up to, and whether this arrangement that we can have with them puts in some sort of a proviso that we can do this, but we need this. And I think any talk about future council taking it over, I don't think is on the table at the moment. But I do think whether it's 6 months or 12 months rent relief that we give them before any other, sort of arrangement is made, I'd like to see a signed contract or a lease of some sort. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When we had the original discussion and resolution about the short-term lease, there was that discussion about offering them the long-term lease, because that's been something that Grace Munro's been after for a while, and that's why we went through that process of getting that plan of management. They have the lease, but the current lease term is 2 to 3 years. I think we would need to go through a process to resolve if we wanted to extend that lease longer. We haven't had any correspondence from the Grace Munro board about extending that lease longer. But I think if we were talking about a rent relief, I think there should be a lease in place, whether that's 2 years, 3 years, whether that's 11 years, 20 years. We can go up to 21 without the minister's approval. I think in terms of the us taking it over, that it's not part of this discussion, but it's to inform councillors that if something happened and Grace Munro couldn't run it and we had to step in and run it, the cost of council stepping in and running that would be a lot more than $45,000. So that business would be operating at a loss, particularly if we had to charge some corporate overhead. So that's including staff time and whatnot that goes towards that business. It's extremely challenging to run it at 11 beds. And it's quite extraordinary that they've actually been able to make a profit in some of those years, which the councillors can see on those tables. But they rely very heavily on a volunteer board and community support as well.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say that I'd welcome an opportunity to second an amended motion moved by Councillor O'Connor if it proposes a 6-month relief from rent, total rent relief, so effectively halving the year's income we would receive. If together we are assured by that motion that, by the end of that 6 months, we've got the kind of policy or practice guideline or whatever it might be to help us with all of these matters, noting that we have another one to consider in the agenda tonight and that there are a number of others. So I would simply say I'd welcome that opportunity if it arises. Thank you.
Councillor Mallard.
I think we've got to consider as councillors the service provision to Bundarra as being our second largest community in the Shire, and that I actually don't agree with a 6-month waiving of the fees. I think it should be 12 months to give Grace Munro the opportunity to actually fit that model into it and give us the opportunity to actually solidify our position. I think that we, as has been pointed out in the letter, Mr. McLean, we have charged a special rate variation across the Shire. A small part of that could go back to providing essential services into the Bundarra community, essential services to keep people in place in the community. And we have got a responsibility as councillors to actually consider the welfare of our wider community. And it's not about just Uralla, it's about the wider community. And as the second biggest community in the Shire, I think we have a responsibility to actually give Grace Munro some certainty and a longer term certainty. If we're going to require Grace Munro to fit into a 3-year or longer term lease program, we need to give them some certainty and surety. And I think that the value of what they're requesting from a 12 months 12 months rent relief is a small price to pay for giving that community some assurance that we value that community. Thank you.
Councillors, I might make a couple of comments before we go any further. I agree with Councillor Mailer for a number of reasons. One, we should say 0 rent for 12 months. I agree with that. The second part is that we need 2 things to happen from the staff point of view to get the documentation that's been referred to about all of those issues, and I think 6 months is too short given all the other challenges that staff have at the moment. And the third part about that would be for our group manager to be able to sit down with Grace Munro and understand the figures and what the challenges are, and we've touched on a couple around registered nurses, which is the issue around leases where they might be able to provide accommodation, and they were seeking grant funding. So I think 12 months gives us a chance to do all that. The next point I would make is that council did run it at one stage, and I think the group manager is very underestimating the mess and the costs to us, to the community, to both communities. It simply doesn't work. So I think anything we can do to ensure that if it's all good governance and it's all managed with support, then that's a great way forward for us. And because when we look at the amount of community involvement in their organisation, and the last Christmas party, I think probably only 3 or 4 people were actually paid staff. The rest are all volunteers, and that availability for families to be able to visit their families. It is a low care facility, so that goes to some of the funding challenges that are different to the funding that we get for the Whitmore Gardens. But that's what it is. That's what the community wants. So as I say, at this stage, I think 12 months would just give us on 0 rent would give us an opportunity to deal with those other issues. But that's just my view. Sorry, Councillor Blakesy, you had...
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions from me. Given the financial pressures that Grace Munro is under, what do we know about why they are not pursuing the subletting opportunities for pharmacy and doctor, which would generate income?
I'm going to go back to Councillor Thorpe because you touched on that in the part of the Bundoora minute. So, Councillor Thorpe, are you happy to answer that question for me, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a lot of it, which I was going to speak to again, is there a way that in this recommendation we can actually put in the recommendation that we can give them a 6-month rent relief so that they can actually sign a lease to then be able to sublet? That's the big issue. There's no ongoing lease that they've got at the moment.
What's the legal evidence for that view?
So they're on a month, they're on a month-to-month thing. So a lot of other places won't, but not with the GP or the pharmacy. They want a bit more assurance because they're going to have to actually put things into the building to be able to have it. They want a bit more assurance that it's more than month to month.
But they've had a lease, a long-term lease from us.
We're waiting on them with a lease. So what magical change is coming?
We are waiting on the Grace Munro board to sign a lease. That is the hold up with the GP and the pharmacy. The GP and the pharmacy are ready to move in ASAP. They're waiting on the Grace Munro board to actually sign off on a lease with us before doing it. So I would love to put something in the recommendation to add to that they have to hurry this up for that community as well, so that community gets a regular GP and a regular pharmacy.
Sounds wonderful. If we can wait, and it goes to that issue about that the staff need to make it really clear, and if we add it on the recommendation, then that would be a way to sort that out through something for the group manager. Yeah, sorry.
So just because I moved it, even if it reads something like, we will provide 100% rent relief for 6 months as soon as they put in the GP and the pharmacy.
Councillor Doran.
I would like to put forward that we will provide them rent relief if and when they sign the lease or an MOU or something. I don't think we can keep going forward without any legal document. So sure, I get your point about the pharmacy and the doctor, but those things are being held up because there's not a lease signed. So I think we need to put in that we will provide them rent relief if and when they sign the lease. And even if that lease is only for 12 months while they get it all sorted out. But I think we need to absolutely force them to get the lease signed. Enough's enough.
I'm just going to get a response from the group manager first to where we're up to with that, and then I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to confirm where you say where we're up to with that, do you mean where we're up to with negotiations with the board or discussions with the board around the lease?
So clearly the question is, if we've sent them a lease document and they haven't signed it, and that's interfering with them doing the subletting, then part of this deal, going to Councillor Phelps' point, is that when you sign the lease, this is what we'll give you.
Yes, I would recommend that we make any rent relief contingent upon a lease being signed.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Group Manager, to be more questions, but do we know from the perspective of the pharmacist and the doctor what term of lease or sublease they will, well, my apologies, what term of lease we may have with the facility that will allow them to make the expenditure to become occupiers there? So I suppose I'm asking that if they're not happy, if we go lease for 12 months and whatever period is without payment of rent, will they say, well, that's just not secure enough for us to invest? So what's your view of how long we need to provide that lease to Grace Munro to attract the sublessees?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wright. The short answer is I don't know. The longer answer would involve a little bit of speculation. So if the councillors will indulge my speculation, I'll share what I think. Based upon the letter, it appears that they're contemplating at least a 3-year term because they've asked for 3 years rent relief. The board has. In terms of the discussions that I participated in with the pharmacist and the GP, as I understood it, the GP was going to be using some of the Hunter New England premises and would be operating there on some of the days when the current locum GP is not there. So that could generally be arranged through an arrangement with Hunter New England Health. In terms of and I think Hunter New England Health is going to have certainty of their tenure there for however long they want to be there, because they originally owned the building and now we're responsible for it and they're subletting it from the Grace Munro board. In terms of the pharmacist, there's a couple of steps that would be involved. I don't know what term they would want, because I saw it as a benefit for them to get this rent rather than them dealing directly with us, and then that's sort of been carved out from a head lease. I took the view that they're currently leasing the whole of the building, so if you want to negotiate rent, this is you'll have to speak to the board about that, and we wouldn't be expecting the rental income from that. That would stay with the board, as is the current case with Hunter New England. I gave them a benchmark around what Tablelands Community Support was paying in rent when it was in operation there approximately 2 or 3 years ago, which was around $250 a month. It's pretty small. The main thing that the pharmacist needs is a sink there. So there's some cost in putting in a water line that goes into that area and installing a sink. And I think there was some discussions around how that might be funded. But that is as much as I know about those discussions to date. I was going to have a discussion with Matt Monk last week, but I just wasn't able to reach him before this council meeting.
Councillor Burrows.
I used to be the project manager for UNE Life, looking after exactly these sort of things. And when we were doing the urgent care and getting exactly these things into the building, into what single rooms, we were looking at a minimum of 1 year lease. Would have liked longer, but it would have been a minimum before UNE's council would have even looked at it. So anything less than that, they wouldn't have spent a cent.
Councillor Blackster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of financial principles that I think are key. One is if council's considering a rent waiver, but Grace Munro are going to earn rental income, I think it's only fair that there's some recognition that they're making income out of us waiving a cost. And I don't think that's appropriate, especially given the purported cost pressures on this organisation. And the second is my question, the agenda item we're about to come to, there's been scrutiny of Rotary's bank balance. So I'm interested, why has that not been considered here, where the most recent financial statements show Grace Munro has over $1 million cash at bank?
I think that raised the two issues that I spoke to previously, Councillor Blakesley, where I said that the staff need time to actually go through those financial positions and what their cost and income and expenses are, and also that we need to look at what it is that we need, what they need in the future and why they're challenged the way they are. So I would expect that be part of the staff review of what happens. And I don't take that we would just, and as I say, we've had to go to the whatever it is, the Australian Securities thing for information. We need to have that discussion with them direct. So I get your point, although the issue around how much, a small amount of rent to their overall operating incomes, they would probably say is not significant. So we need, but the provision of the services that is the challenge for us that we need to take on board. But I get that 12 months will allow us to do all that. The same sort of thing that we set up for Tablelands Community Transport and Tablelands Community Support Options, where we said we've got an issue, we need to investigate, drill down into what government funding is, what the challenges are, why we aren't, so I would anticipate the same level of scrutiny to go into this process.
Can I just add that scrutiny internally in council is feasible because you control that fiefdom. Absolutely. You have no control over Grace Munro. Matthew Monk has said at every meeting he gets almost no communication back from Max Elphick. Blake, you've said similar around the lease negotiations, just no written comms back. Other directors on the board of Grace Munro don't know what's going on with Grace Munro. There are real governance questions here that I don't know what authority or power beyond goodwill on the part of Max Elphick and others that we will be able to ever interrogate. There's a real limit on how far.
We need that information, which is where we're heading. We haven't got a revised recommendation yet, but if that's where we need to go before we give the rent relief, then I think that we have a lever to make sure that we get that information. So that's my view of where that goes. And you're right, if we can't get that information provided to us, and I think Max's advice to our group manager was that they were still doing their accounts and yet they're claiming the amount of money they're claiming, then that gives us that period, and this gives us the lever to make sure we get that information. So I completely understand the argument. Councillor Doran.
So with the council resolution and number 3, so provide Grace Munro, what does that stand for? The board, with rent relief in going through discussions. I think that for this financial year is probably the better way to go, being more realistic. So then can we put within that, so provide GMAC with rent relief for this financial year on the proviso, or a better word if someone can come up to it, that lease is signed for at least 12 months.
Yeah, if we can have the lease is signed and that we get access to all their financial information. I'll go
and I really want to add that they get the GP and pharmacy in, so Bundarra don't miss out. They won't get rent relief until they organise that.
if you look around the room, if we've got general consensus there, we'll try and write a new recommendation. Otherwise, if you've still got questions, Councillor Burrows, I want to deal
They
with.
won't be able to get agreement with UNE until they have a lease.
Yeah, I think we need to focus.
Okay.
Could we word it in a way that pushes them a bit more to actually have those conversations? Because the GP and the pharmacy, they're getting nowhere at all. So for me, the incentive for Grace Munro Aged Care Board would be that the rent relief doesn't kick in until the GP and the pharmacy are there, and or something is in place where they can get in straight away.
Right, lease is signed and then.
Because I'm really concerned that Bundarra are going to miss out on these opportunities because they've waited too long.
Councillor Blaisdell.
I have a constructive suggestion, even though I won't support it, which is that it's quite common to have a long-term lease with a rent-free period or other incentives. And so that would be feasible here, is to return to Plan A, because Plan A and the long-term lease ostensibly was for their benefit. They said, we can't get funding, we can't get an RN accommodator, we can't do all this shit, except they're not actioning that. So my constructive suggestion would be return to Plan A, which is a long-term lease, include a rent-free period with the kinds of conditions that are being discussed. But as I said, I won't support it.
So with that, could we put in there that there's a yearly revision or a 6-monthly revision or something like that based on whatever the community grants and support policy comes up with, and their, I guess, revenue, who they've got in the building as well, actually get them to provide us a bit more details long term so we can actually revise it each year. We're not locked in for 3 years of the same rent.
We may work for it, and while we're working for it, Okay, councillors, please. Anytime, councillor Wright. Can we just have a look what's in yellow?
Take with point C saying provide GMAC with rent relief for this financial year subject to a execution of the lease for a minimum of 12 months. So can we take out the financial year? Because what if they don't sign the lease for another 3 months, say?
Then they don't get the relief until they sign the lease. That's
Well, why do we put 12 months in? It should be one or the other. We're putting two timeframes. So rent relief for this financial year subject to execution of a lease. So I just think it needs to be one or the other. You can't, put both.
Well, I disagree. But anyway, I'll take further advice. Councillor Burrows?
It's 2 days to the end of the financial year. It's hard to fit 12 months into that.
That's right. Like it.
Wait
I
a
think
sec,
take
what
out the 12 months.
Financial year, yes. By the time we write it.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay.
This financial.
All right. So, Tony, can you
They
just
disregard it when I
12
say it,
months?
and they listen when you say it. So that's good.
Which one do you want to
Well,
Teamwork.
wait a sec.
No,
let's
thank you.
let's
It's
wait a
good.
sec. We're going across again. We're still streaming. The issue is that we haven't got any rent from the 1st of July. So when they sign the lease, we can then tell them that they don't have to pay rent. Otherwise, they owe council money. So that's where we're at. The payments of annual rent. Sorry, Jen, help me out. Sorry, council.
Can we say that the rent relief starts when they sign the lease as a new lease, and facilitation of pharmacy, that's when the rent relief starts, and it will go until the end of the 26-27 financial year.
Changes. So there's not, like, it doesn't make sense. It's counterintuitive to be giving them a rent relief once they're making money from the pharmacy and GP going in.
We've had this discussion. The pharmacy and the GP money will not cover their rent costs. It's a minor income stream. It's not going to cover the $50,000 we're currently charging.
It's more important to buy the service.
There. So we're back to the services, and yes, it will help their gross income, but it won't alleviate the issues. Councillor Wright.
Just a suggestion, is it perhaps that the 12-month rent relief commences when they sign the lease? Because at the moment they're paying month to month, so we can sustain that, and we just make sure that the signing of the lease is the commencement of that period of time, wherever it might be in the cycle.
Yeah.
I have no objection to Councillor Phillips shortening of that period to say that they sign the lease and they get rent relief till the end of the 26-27 financial year. Is that what we're suggesting? Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful.
So provide them with rent relief once they sign the lease as soon as they sign the lease, they get the rent relief until the end of the 26-27 financial year. And that's when it's sort of revisited. The sooner they sign it, the sooner they get the rent relief. They don't get it until then.
Provide GMAT with rent relief commencing once execution and facilitation.
Yes.
Get out one of those really ugly ones. Just beat it up with your pen. Make a mess of it.
So maybe we could put, sorry to be a pain, provide GMAC rent relief commencing once the lease is signed. So kind of combine 3 and 4 a little bit more. So rent relief commencing once the lease is signed and continues until the end of this financial year. So you can kind of condense it a little bit. And then the comments subject to those other things. And then 4 can get taken out.
May I suggest that this says with rent relief commencing once the following conditions are met?
Can we suggest conditional upon the following? Well, that would be the same as subject.
Provide GMAC with rent relief commencing once the following conditions are met. And we could even, if you wanted to, provide GMAC with rent relief until the end of this financial year, commencing once the following conditions are met, and then we can take out 4. Yeah.
Do we say how much the rent relief is like? Well, because when you say rent relief, it doesn't say.
For this financial year.
Yeah, it could be for any part of it.
Or to the full amount.
Yes, but it'd be rent waiver. Instead of the lease, but it could only be 1% cash. That was one of the 12 months rent waived.
So rather than the late, we'll go around the room, smiling faces.
Not from the gallery.
How are we going now, Councillor Bill?
I think that's what I like.
Okay, I want a second,
It's not
please.
English.
Councillor O'Connor,
It's not English.
I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour?
It's not English. But it's not English.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm still on. Provide GMAC with a rent waiver, we will waive GMAC's rent for, rather than provide a rent waiver is not English.
we'll provide a way. Anyway, fix it up, please, Mrs. Westbrook, before I go mad.
Waive the rent, waive GMAC's rent for the financial year. Less words is better.
No, but it says at the top that council, so we have like, okay, so you don't put that council. You just put wave, take out the wave, council wave. Wave, no, not the. Yeah. We love you, Wendy. But wave.
That must be your pen, is it?
Yeah, it is, but I knew you were enjoying it, so I left.
Oh, you don't enjoy anything.
That's fine.
Okay, councillors, here we go. Moved Councillor Phelps, seconded Councillor O'Connor, that the correspondence received from the Board of Grace Manor Aged Care, GMAC, and from Mr Bruce McLean requesting a reduction in the rent for the use and occupation of council-owned premises on number 2 Thunderbolts Way, Bundarra. Note the council does not currently have an adopted policy framework for assessing requests for rent concessions, fee waivers, subsidies or other forms of community support. 3, take R out, please. Waive GAC's rent for the financial year commencing once the following conditions are met. A, execution of a lease for the minimum of 12 months. And B, facilitation of the pharmacy and GP services within the premises. And C, a meeting with council officers to confirm future arrangements for the continued operation of the facility. 5, request the General Manager to provide a full report on the outcome of the discussion with the GMAC Board. B, present a community grants and support policy to Council for consideration in accordance with Council's adopted operation plan. C, provide Council with a report outlining community grants, rent concessions, waivers and other forms of assistance provided by Council to the community organisations during the previous financial year. And D, advise the GMAC Board and Mr Bruce McLean that Council will consider request further following the development of an appropriate policy framework for assessing community support requests.
So with point D, we don't need to tell them, but
That's correct.
created this action, so I think we can take.
No.
We should probably respond to Mr Bruce McLean and the board if we haven't already, but I think we don't need to let them know about the policy framework. So we could write to the board and Bruce McLean to anyway, I don't know, but I don't think we need all of it. I think that Dee would agree. Talking about.
We're doing circle work again, councillors. I want this sorted and I want to put the,
She's trying to go ahead, let's talk to them once we actually get that policy in place.
okay, so we're going to take D out. Yeah, and I'm going to put the motion. I'm over this, councillors. I need some direction from you. I cannot have councillors having individual discussions. We're on live stream. I need some clear direction through the general manager or through myself. So please, Councillor Mailer, have you got a point to add to that, please?
I think on the back of this, it's important that we advise them of the decision.
Yeah.
Okay. All the information's in the decision. We advise them of the decision of council.
So why are we having an argument about what's in there and not in there?
Because this speaks to the appropriate policy framework, not advising.
Okay, so if we take D out, are everybody happy with that? Good. So I'm taking D out. So all those in favour, please? No, we've taken D out. I'm not, after
Mayor,
3/4 of an hour, I'm clearly not rushing it, Councillor Dorr, and I will not accept that.
Mayor, I think that it was meant that D would say advise the board of McMahon or advise GMAC of the outcome of the council meeting.
Correct.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to explain, that was about the future policy work, and the recommendation D was about the outcome of the council's decision in respect of the broader policy framework for community support. So that's all. And there will be engagement with the board on this decision, as you can see in 3C, and that'll be face-to-face and then formalised. There will also be a future report to council on the GMAC matter, but we certainly can also provide GMAC with advice on the outcome of the council's consideration of a broader policy framework.
Councillor Doran.
Is Mr. Bruce McLean on the board? Because if he isn't on the board, we need to advise him of the decision. So I thought that's where we were going with D, was to provide the board and Mr. McLean of the decision. I thought that was what the thinking was in the room.
Because you've only given 12 months.
I've got no idea. I don't know whether he's on the board or not. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I checked the ANC website and he's not listed as a director.
So could we please put D as advise the GMAC board and Mr. Bruce McLean of the decision?
Let's just put that so that it's recorded.
Five D's been amended to D, advise the GMAC board and Mr. Bruce McLean of the decision. I have moved by Councillor Phelps, seconded by Councillor O'Connor. All those in favour, please. Thank you, Councillor Blakes, who voted against. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.10, Thunderbolt Festival, EOI outcome and request for financial in-kind support. I have 3 declarations of interest from Councillor Doran, non-pecuniary significant interest, and she's agreed to be not present for the meeting. Councillor David Mailer, non-pecuniary, less than significant interest, and he's agreed to be present for the meeting. And Councillor Tom O'Connor, non-pecuniary significant interest, and he's agreed to leave the meeting as he's the treasurer of the Uralla Rotary Club. So thank you, councillors. Councillors, given that I know that there's a significant amount of discussion around this, I'm looking for some guidance rather than me reading out and looking for somebody to move prior to us having this discussion. So I'm happy to lead the way. So somebody wants to. Yeah, but the three have left, so just yeah, okay. Thanks for that. Yeah. Councillor Mailer.
Can I ask whether anyone has, just for expedience, has an issue with 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 of the points on this page? Because I think the controversy or the discussion is going to be around point 4. So can we clear that up first?
When the general manager stops stealing the pen. Yeah, so basically 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So agreement that we can take those and we can have a debate around item 4. Is that everybody happy with that?
I would like a few things around 5 as well. Can we keep that in for the discussion?
4 and 5. All right, you've got the floor, Councillor Mailer, and I still haven't asked for a move and second, but I will once we get it clear.
I'll move to open the discussion. Look, in light of more information which was requested, I had a conversation with Claire, the president of Rotary, and without the support in 2026, it's unlikely Rotary will be in a position to support Thunderbolt Festival into the future. The cost to Rotary without the support will be $12,000 for the following year, and so they've continued to hold $12,000 in the account. Things that are worth noting in that that space: Thunderbolt Festival attracts about 3,000 to 5,000 people to Uralla, and is in line with events like the Christmas Festival and Seasons. So it's an important event in the calendar in terms of stimulating the economy into Uralla. It's a major fundraiser for the 3 schools, so 3,000 to 5,000 people coming into Uralla. The PNCs operate food vending for Thunderbolts Festival, and it's a major fundraiser for the school's PNCs each year. The event is not a fundraiser for Rotary, rather it's a service to the community. So Rotary does not make any money out of the Thunderbolts Festival. It holds an account on behalf of the Thunderbolt Festival Committee, which has been operating as cost neutral from year to year. The $12,000 held in the account is held for contingency on and signing contracts with the events that they put on for Thunderbolt Festival. So the vendors that actually come and provide services to Thunderbolt Festival, particularly around the kids' services, Thunderbolts Festival. So I just thought I'd want to clear that up in the first instance. And I think it's really, really important that we understand the value of Thunderbolts Festival to this community. I think there's been some discussion around what a contribution might look like this year and going forward. My feeling is that we've invested a fair bit of time and effort in the Thunderbolts Festival in terms of providing community engagement to the wider community. Rotary has stepped back in again as a provision for insurance and facilitating that event. There's obviously been, as a result of council's have your say and attracting members of the community that might be interested, that has resulted in a capacity for the committee going forward for this year, and I think that's important in terms of our reputational risk from a council point of view, that we've supported that, and whether we're going to support the event. So I'm not wedded to an amount to support Thunderbolts Festival, but I will suggest that we support Thunderbolts Festival to an amount of dollars this year. I think it's important for Rotary to be able to protect its interests. I've been told that $12,000 gets Thunderbolt through to the next year, Thunderbolts Festival through the next year from Rotary's point of view. I'm also informed that about $7,000 will be the cost to Rotary if council doesn't support Thunderbolts Festival. So this is from information as a result of not asking questions. I've been away for nearly 6 months, and the first meeting I went to Rotary was last night. So I'm not significantly familiar, and so I've asked the questions, and this is information to the council meeting. But I think that it is really, really important that we put a sunset on this. We don't have the information, and so there's no guarantee. Well, I think there should be no guarantee of further funding past this year to that event. We can look at it as ongoing year by year, but I think that we need to put Thunderbolts Festival on notice that there will no longer be the amount of funding that discretionary funding that's been paid to Thunderbolts Festival over the years. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
The issue with the ongoing issue goes back to the same discussions we had with Grace Munro about once we've got all the other information available, then so rather than saying there's no guarantee subject to us doing this full review that includes Grace Munro, the preschool, Thunderbolt Festival, etc., etc. So I'm going to go around the room. Councillor Wright, you wish to speak on this, and we're just going to go to each of the councillors.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have conflicting thoughts about this. I absolutely agree that if we give funds, it should be for this year only. And as you stated, that should be more work done then with the policy development. I think that the in-kind support troubles me also because it's a dependency issue. If the in-kind support as it's been handed out before is withdrawn, I'm not sure what that would mean. I would be hopeful that this would become a community event rather than a council event. I will support some financial provision and some in-kind support on the proviso that it doesn't continue in its present form after this year.
Councillor Burrows.
I actually sent in a foreshadowed motion, but my thoughts around this are that I think it's too late in the year to say we're not giving you anything. We have to give them enough money to run the event. I think this is a large event for Uralla town. But it should be noted that the organisation of it has not found great support from the community this year. And every single year that I've been a councillor, there has been a discussion that this event needs to be more self-sufficient. So we don't as yet have any framework to make these sort of decisions. I suggest that we offer $7,000 in $7,000 and we offer in-kind support. And I hope I have worded this better in the motion, but I request that the Thunderbolt Festival make every possible effort to minimise council's input with that in-kind support. And if the current format is financially unsustainable, then I would suggest that changes need to be made to the format of the event so that it can be sustainable. Thank you.
Councillor Blakester.
There's a number of things that deeply concern me about this agenda item. The difference of how this $12,000 has been considered compared to not only the Grace Munro item, and I understand there's a world of difference between a community event and an aged care facility, but the difference in approach is extraordinary. Our strategic plan, our community strategic plan, its first strategy is for an accessible, inclusive, sustainable community. Within that strategy, two of the first three items are grow a community with an active volunteer base and participate in community events, and to have a diverse and creative culture that celebrates our history. These are the two first things in our community strategic plan. We have been talking about the gaps in Uralla Shire Council's accounting and financial reporting of not only cash support but in-kind support. Even this report acknowledges there are gaps in that. Yet, on the one hand, we're willing to move proactively to support. On the other, we're going to move preemptively to withdraw support. Ahead of having a policy, ahead of having any strategic context for this. So I question why this difference is the case. Council went through a full cost saving analysis for years as part of its SRV submission. Never was this area of costs identified. Never was it talked about in that context. Yet now it comes to the fore. And why, when we've just gotten what has got to be one of the biggest SRVs ever approved, to continue to sustain what we're doing, yet This 0.04% of our $30 million budget, this is the problem. And so there are so many issues with how this looks and smells and sounds. And for all those reasons, I will not support it. I just want to also put on the record the conflict of interest issue, because most people would know that I and Leanne are in a relationship and have been for 5 years, and I deeply respect the decades of voluntary contribution that Leanne has made to coordinating Thunderbolts Festival and other events in the community. I reckon if you put a reasonably hourly rate on an event coordinator for the amount of time she's done, I think Leanne's probably the major sponsor of Thunderbolts Festival. We don't see those numbers here. We're just looking at this pithy amount of cash. And as an accountant, it disgusts me the way that's being considered. And I just want to make clear from a conflict of interest point of view, my stance on this matter is far bigger, far more fundamental than my relationship with Leanne. It's because of the value and importance of what Thunderbolts Festival represents for the Uralla community and region, as is reflected in the purported adopted community strategic plan of this council. Thank you.
I'm going to walk you back, Councillor Blakester. The reason I went around the room was for you to determine what you think is a reasonable resolution for council, not for you to say you don't support, because we don't have anything. I haven't asked for a mover, I haven't asked for a seconder. So basically what I'm doing in the room is seeking input about what you think is a reasonable outcome from the recommendation.
If we had a policy around community sponsorship and support in kind and cash, and a budget, and we looked at it totally for the organisation and the Shire strategically in that context, and I still would have concerns about why is it that we're going to go to hell and back over an SRV to sustain things, and the first thing out of this budget that's getting cut is this. There are plenty of line items that have gone up. The executive staff salaries have gone up more than this in the last year.
Can you please give me what you would see as a reason? That's what I'm asking. So you don't think that we should give them any money, or please give me a figure, something about.
As I said, this proposal to cut the funding is preempting a policy. Why pick out this?
No, well, let's
straight after doing the exact opposite by 4 times the amount of money.
So let's just change
the opposite of strategy.
To see on the recommendation that if, and I don't want to put words in your mouth because I'll get in trouble, but if you said we want to see $12,000 this year, or we want to see $10,000 or $7,000, and we want to see in the future, we want to see that review done similar to what we talked about in the Grace Munro. But give me something to work for, because if you want to put a line in that, that's disappointing. I need something to work for, because I'm about to ask Councillor Philp, and then I'm going to look for somebody to move something.
Yeah, look, I haven't come prepared to rework this. This is what the staff have done. This is what our experts have done. I don't support it. I'm not going to contribute. Thank you.
Councillor Philp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a lovely opportunity to talk. So my concerns are similar to Councillor Burrows, that after this long, it should be self-sufficient. Council shouldn't be propping it up constantly. Our in-kind support, I think, needs to be looked at to what's actually in council's wheelhouse. So supplying marking paint could be somebody else. It doesn't have to be council. It says council staff to collect and drop off tables and chairs. Surely there's a community member that can volunteer to do that instead of council staff that we're paying to do it. Even somewhere other than the visitor information centre to be a point of contact, it could be shared between all of the sponsors so that they're getting more traffic through their doors. Like the Top Pub's a sponsor. Somebody might go in there, buy a drink from them outside the Thunderbolts Festival day to ask questions. So not just the burden on council. I think that, council's in-kind support really needs to be what is council normal work, not supplying marking paint. The pub test after the SRV, if we're supporting this 100% like we have in the past, we've had to cut other things. We should be cutting some of this stuff as well. I just feel like $12,000 is a lot plus the in-kind support. I I like the idea of 7,000 if that's what it actually would cost Rotary. And I do feel like we have been a little bit railroaded into agreeing with this. It's already been put on Facebook that Uralla Council are the major sponsor, which I think when I read that, I thought I haven't actually voted on that. I'm not okay with being told that we are that before we actually know that we are. And it's just then assumed that we are because of this. And I just feel like in light of the SRV, we can't be giving exactly what we were. If we've had to cut back on stuff, maybe Thunderbolts Festival could cut back on a couple of other things as well.
Same opportunity. Nobody, if you, Councillor Wright, you want to make comment?
Thank you, Mayor. And as somebody who has no history of Thunderbolts Festival, other than having attended it a couple of times in the last 5 years, I think this has been a really helpful conversation, and I'm happy to propose a motion. If we look at the and Councillor Mailer's very important point, no one's questioning the wording of point 1. No one's questioning the wording provided by point 2. Point 3. If I step over point 4 for a moment, Councillor Philp, did you have any clarification on the in-kind question that you wanted to add to point 5?
Maybe if we word something instead of consistent with previous years, say that's normal council responsibilities or something, so that things like the waiving the DA or the higher fee for Alma Park, that's normal council stuff that we would do. But the things like taking things places, we could put that back to the community. So I'm not sure how we actually word it that it's in-kind support that's general council business.
Happy with those words.
Yeah. Okay. What, Councillor Arnold?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you asking me again about an amount?
Yep.
I would be happy with 7.
Point of order.
Sorry, yeah, no, move one. I'm just going to.
I haven't gone to point 4 though of my motion.
All right.
So I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm happy for you to. So did we have agreement on what was required in point 5?
It was point 5 that advisors, Rotary, Uralla and the Thunderbolts Festival Committee that council will provide in-kind support, but somehow worded that it's the normal council responsibilities.
So change the words consistent with previous years to...
It's even subject to council's operational capacity.
Yep. I would just take out consistent with, subject to council's operational.
Yep, that's good. Just take it out. Is that okay? Okay, I'm happy with that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, when that's settled, I'll move to point 4.
So, I think I support consistent with.
The word consistent with previous years is just coming out of point 5 in the recommendation. Yep. Thank you for the purpose of my proposed motion. Okay, can I move to point 4? No, sorry, my apologies, Wendy. The hard yards of motions on the run is always the person who has to create them.
That's why I put the 4. It was up on the board, but it's very similar, but being changed again.
I'm just trying to clarify what is required in the.
Can I read what I would have as so through the mayor? I think I would like my motion to reflect in point 5 advisors Rotary Uralla and the Thunderbolts Festival Committee that counts. Huh? What? Sorry.
They're just working off their and that's why
I'm in the report provided to council. Not in a motion I'm not making. Again? Yep. Point 5, advises Rotary Uralla and the Thunderbolts Festival Committee that Council will provide in-kind support subject to Council's operational capacity and budget provisions. So the words consistent with previous years are deleted for the purpose of my motion. Thank you. Am I able to move on? Point 4. Mr. Mayor, I would propose that point 4 says, provides $12,000 for the 2026 Thunderbolts Festival, noting that no further support from Council will occur until Council has adopted the relevant community grants and support policy and is able to understand the relationship between the money provided to the Thunderbolts Festival and all other community events. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my motion for consideration of Council. In other words, Wendy, give them the 12, we'll provide the 12. I'm just saying, the gist of it is the words can be that we provide the $12,000 for the 26 festival. However, no further money will be provided by Council until Council has adopted the relevant policy.
Could we get some direction? Are we finding this out as a proposed alternative motion to Councillor Burrow's alternative motion and to the officer recommendation? Because we seem to be just talking through different concepts. And
well, Councillor Burrow's motion is not on the floor. Mine is.
We don't have a motion. So
mine is. Mine's on the floor.
Have you moved to have it?
It's on the floor. It can be altered by discussion.
We're not debating. We agreed that you've moved a motion. So when we get your wording sorted, we'll then go to what was emailed from Councillor Burrows, and we'll seek some more clarity. So, but thank you. So once you've got something that you're comfortable to move,
thank you.
We'll move on. So we need to go. 4 needs to have.
Mr. Mayor, can I just approach the screen a bit so that my eyes can be better adjusted? Thank you.
There's some more work on 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my motion as proposed for discussion.
Sorry, Councillor White. Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support 12,000. I would support 7,000 as I did in my foreshadowed motion, which I'm happy to read out again. I also think that in my foreshadowed motion, because in this, in point 6, it's doubling up on what you've put in point 4. Whereas with what I said, it took out point 4 and 5 and kind of squashed them together. I think they're very similar in what they're saying, except that one is saying doubling up.
So if I can get Councillor Wright and you to agree on everything but the money value on the wording, then we can have a debate about the money. Is that your understanding of what's been put up?
I've no objection to all the wording being as councillor may wish it.
Okay.
And then we can debate the money. Thank you.
Okay, so Wendy, if you could just put up my foreshadowed motion, which was we drop 4 and 5 and change it to that, which was pretty much the same thing, and leaving 6 in of, I do think we need to have 6 present, which is now 5. I think that's really important. So yeah, I back what I wrote in, and I think $7,000 is a fair amount. And from the knowledge that I have had of speaking to other people within Rotary, that this is not going to be like a complete. It's not going to make it the easiest festival they've ever run, but it is. It could be perfectly financially done with $7,000 and council's in-kind support.
Okay, so I'm going to treat your motion as a foreshadowed motion. So what I'm going to do is move the Councillor Wright's recommendation, if I get a seconder, for the $12,000. If that's lost, then we go to the foreshadowed motion. Right, Councillor Wright's motion is $12,000. With the other Councillor Mailer, you've initiated. I need a seconder. Councillor Mailer. I put the motion, councillors, as on. Oh, sorry, I'll just wait till it's all clear on the board. Put the motion. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. I record. So, Councillor Arnold, Councillor Burrows, Councillor Phil, you've recorded against. Thank you, and we note that Councillor O'Connor.
So could we just confirm that for the numbers, Mr. Mayor?
That motion is agreed. It's just debating for $12,000, $7,000.
Yeah. So, but everything else we'd agreed between the foreshadowed motion and the mover that they.
12,000, but that motion is up on board.
Yeah, so it was actually the $7,000 motion that was just passed, I believe.
$12,000. That's the only issue
that wasn't the motion. It was the combined motion.
Yeah.
We're only debating whether it's $7,000 or $12,000.
That's right. So your point. Oh, sorry.
So I think
there is a motion.
For the benefit of Councillor Mailer and his very good point, I have no difficulty with the minutes but reflecting the combined motion, with the only difference being that it'll be 12, not 7. Thank you. That's all. I'm happy with that as my motion, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, could we possibly have a 5-minute recess while our friends rejoin us?
We have two options, councillors. At about 9 o'clock, we need a resolution to continue the meeting to 9:30. So if there's anybody that thinks we're going to get through the meeting in the next quarter of an hour, or we have a break, or we decide at 9 o'clock, I'm in the hands of the councillors.
I think it was an alternative motion.
Yeah, was
a foreshadowed motion with the $12,000 amount.
Yeah.
So Councillor Barrow. Councillor Wright didn't, so go anyway. That's right, they voted on the one that Councillor Burrows put up in the first place.
Well, you can look at it two ways, General Manager. We amended my motion to reflect the text.
Unfortunately, I'm going to leave it. I'm not leaving tonight until I get this, what I read onto this.
Unfortunately, there is the proviso that no further funding would be provided.
There is a valid motion which can be recorded in the minutes and we can settle it next meeting.
So this, that is in council. Councillor Roberts' motion.
Well, I think we could
I'm
probably.
happy to go tonight.
Yeah.
Councillor Burrows, can you just check item 2? That's slightly different to yours. I'm of the need to want to keep it in, but I'll cancel. Sorry, not cancel. Item 3. Are you comfortable with that, please? I don't understand the trying to mix the recommendation.
I didn't have that word operational in there, but yes, that's right. Yeah, I don't think a can of marking. I don't believe a can of marking paint is the most expensive thing that we're going to do for them. It's not mine. But that's what it's.
No. Councillor Wright, please, can you read through what's on the board and then I'm going to read it if it.
Councillor Wright agreed with my wording, but that it said $12,000. So,
if that's what's reflected, I'm completely fine with it. It's as yep.
That
right. Well, I'm going to read what was resolved. 1, the council notes the outcome to have the safe process undertaken in accordance with the resolution 63.04/24, and then Rotary Uralla advised that it will continue to deliver the 2026 Thunderbolt Festival with interested community members. 2, notes the request from the Thunderbolts Festival Committee operating under the auspice of Rotary Uralla for $12,000 in sponsorship, together with ongoing in-kind support from Council. 3, notes the Council does not currently have an adopted policy framework for assessing requests for financial assistance, sponsorship, rent concessions, fee waivers, subsidies and other forms of community transport. And 4, advises that Rotary Uralla and Thunderbolt Festival Council will provide the $12,000 in financial assistance plus in-kind support, with the requirement that the Thunderbolt Festival management make every possible effort to minimise the demands on council. And now, sorry, I'm nearly there. 5, request the General Manager present a community support policy to Council for consideration in accordance with Council's adopted operational plan, and B, provide Council with a report outlining community grants, sponsorships, rent concessions, fee waivers and other forms of assistance provided to community organisations during the previous financial year. 4, Councillor Bell, Councillor Blakes, Councillor Mailer, Councillor Wright, against Councillor Burrows, Councillor Phelps, Councillor Arnold, and absent Councillor Doran and Councillor O'Connor. Thank you, councillors. Can you get them back in, please? So,
Mr. Mayor, we'll have to extend the meeting if we're going to be on 9 o'clock.
I get that. I've already mentioned that.
Yeah, I think I did.
Get that way. If we don't get the wasteman through tonight, then I won't get a chance to negotiate with the
We need the wasteland to do it. We do need that.
Sorry. Council's item 1311, terms of reference for the Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee. Recommendation on page 89 that council receives and notes the outcome of the public exhibition process, and 2, adopts the revised terms of reference for the Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee. Somebody move it, please. Councillor Burrows. Any questions, councillors? A seconder, please. Councillor Phelps. All those.
Sorry, thank you. I've got a question about, I think it's page 221. Let me just go to that to see. So with 221, right at the bottom is 12.1.1. So item 12 is operational support. 12.1 reads, Uralla Shire Council will support the committee through the provision of, and then it says 12.1.1, acting contrary to any direction from the governing body. Is that accurate? Which includes a direction from the General Manager. I just wanted to check the wording there, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Doran. That's an obvious error. Apologies.
The next one.
Yes. I am not sure what has happened to that section of the terms of reference.
Could we have that fixed up, please?
Thank you. So the intention was to present back to the committee the terms of reference that went out on public exhibition. I'm not sure with what's happened with this attachment.
Councillors, are there any other questions, please? Councillor Phelps, are you still happy to second the motion? Okay, councillors,
We'll circulate
move.
the version of the
Yeah, thank you.
terms of reference. Apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Moved Councillor Burrows, seconded Councillor Phelps.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, what's the outcome? Are we going to fix it, or I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
they're
not
going to
quite sure what you're saying.
circulate the amended version for you. For everybody, sorry, not just for you. Okay, the council receives and notes the outcome of the public exhibition process, and 2, adopts the revised terms of reference for the aged care compliance and Assurance Committee. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.12, the Uralla Shire Council approach to open space strategy and bush regeneration strategy. The recommendations on page 92. Somebody move that while we have the discussion, please. Councillor Mailer. Questions, councillors? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't quite work out what this was all about until I get to page 97, and then I realised it's the reputational risk or the strategic risk. So on page 97, just above the performance measures, that paragraph, it says there is also a strategic risk that biodiversity offset funding and regional environmental investment associated with renewable energy and infrastructure projects may be directed outside the Shire or into disconnected projects. Council can reduce this risk by advocating for coordinated, place-based environmental outcomes within the Shire. So that's because I couldn't work out why we were reading two outdated strategies until I got to that. So that's really the point of this, isn't it?
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Blakester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, and I alluded to this earlier, so with regard to the open space strategy, my concern is how these strategies get enlivened and implemented. And so my question is, in what way will it be used practically? And then the specific example that I'm interested in is the Uralla Creek Works, given the references to in this strategy about strategies toward management of stormwater specifically, which is one of many issues that are in the open space strategy. So generally, how do we have confidence it's actually going to be used and implemented, and specifically, how is it being used right now with the Uralla Creek Works?
Acting Director. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might take first stab, and then Mr. McClendon may also have a couple of points to offer. Councillors, it's always a vexed question in my experience when you develop some of these strategies and you don't necessarily have the resources or the funding available to implement them all sort of as you might sort of absolutely desire. And so you often see then a question, well, why would we bother preparing one of these if we can't sort of go and have the resources to implement it? Now, what it does do is it provides you guidance for how you will act in certain situations. It gives you the opportunity to hang your hat off something when you get an opportunity to go for grant funding. It helps inform other work, such as, for instance, the growth management strategy. So you would notice that part of the growth management strategy actually outlines a desire to sort of improve the environment that runs along sort of that main watercourse through the town, and in fact create a recreational opportunity there. So from that sense, I would always argue that these strategies have merit, but I also accept very much that they can create expectation in the community that you're about to do things that you may not yet have the capacity or the funding to do so. So I always think it's a really fine balancing act, but by the same token, I always said I'd rather have a plan than no plan at all. And I'm not sure that actually gives you guidance on Councillor Blakester, but my hope is that you wouldn't sort of turn your back on strategies that can have some impact today, but in the long term will guide your staff's action. So, and as and when the resources are available to you, I think the updating of these strategies, particularly the broader open space strategy, but even to some extent where you might want to focus priority and resources at bush regeneration, where you have those opportunities to do so. You don't really have much of an opportunity just now, but should, for instance, as Mr. McClendon points out in the report, if you get that opportunity through any res funding, there's an opportunity. At least we've got something to say. Council's developed this plan, and this is how we would like to. This is how we would prioritise what funding might be available.
So it's 9 o'clock, and according to our...
Yeah, I'll deal with that when we've dealt with this item. Thank you, Councillor Doran. I've been well reminded of that, Pig. Sorry. Keep going.
To answer another general response to your general question, if you see in the open space strategy there's a sort of a pseudo LTFP put on our open space strategies that our manager assets has taken on board with some of our replacements for our open space areas. So that's another general or practical example of that specific strategy. Not all strategies do have that in them, but that one in particular does. With regards to the creek, we've talked about it on length before, but I do have budget issues with that creek project. So I'm going to be limited to what I would actually be able to do in accordance with that strategy. Obviously, the strategies are blue sky thinking approaches, many of them. So I'm going to have to be a lot more realistic with what we can and can't do with that actual creek, and then engage the stakeholders. And of course, there's many engaged stakeholders with the River Care Group and things like that that'll have an opinion about what we do as well. So from a specific perspective, from a specific perspective, I'm going to have to align with the strategy as best as possible based on budget and also stakeholder groups. So I would like to say that we have a lot of projects in the pipeline with our open space areas. It's really going to come down to grant funding, and the strategy does help us provide a starting point for where to go from with those open areas. Sadly, though, there's not many grants that are coming through for that. What we have seen, though, in Bundarra is Lions Park is a good example. If you read through the open space, not Lions Park, sorry, the skate park, the rec basketball area, that's a good example of where the open space strategy has guided a lot of the grant funding through the SCCF 5. And you can see that that project there is actually coming on quite well. And Dean's been should be highly commended for his work in that space. So the open space strategy has helped Dean align a lot of those projects. So hopefully that answers some of your questions around the specifics and the generally of the open space. To go back to the first point, Councillor Doran, the intent of this report was actually an action item from about 9 months ago, where it was questioned about the validity of these reports, and it was put in the action item list to provide a future report as to what we're doing, especially the bush regeneration strategy, because that is heavily outdated. And if you read through the report, you'll see that we had existing staff, etc., to do it, and there is a real risk, as you noted, with the res and the biodiversity offsets, but there's also some potentially great opportunities. Trying to get some better projects, more cohesive projects, instead of 10 smaller things, it might be better to do one bigger one where we can combine all our efforts. So again, blue sky thinking, but I think there's probably a better chance now with the res here and some bigger companies to help us out.
Thank you. Have I got a seconder, please? Councillor Wright.
So it seems a really long resolution for what seems to me quite a short.
So have you got a question out of this, Councillor?
Can we streamline the resolution to be not so wordy? Considering it's 2 out-of-date reports that need to be updated, that we don't have money.
Wait a sec. We've got a mover and a seconder on what's there, and I'm happy to read that and put the vote, and then we move on.
Okay, and so back to our
when I move
the meeting going beyond 9 o'clock, which it has.
Well, more than happy to have that discussion as soon as I finish this.
Was it raised while I was not in the room?
No, it was raised because I was just given it by the General Manager.
Yeah, so meetings going past 9 o'clock
That's
need
right.
to have a vote to continue.
Yeah, as soon as we finish this item, I will have a vote, be assured.
Well, it's already gone past it, Mr Mayor.
So you're telling me that after our discussion, no, I'm sorry, I'm going to have a vote and then I'll have the thing. So moved by Councillor Mailer, seconded by Councillor Wright. The Council receives and notes the report on the Uralla Shire Open Space Strategy and the Uralla Shire Council Bush Regeneration Strategy 2017 to 2021. 2, notes that the Uralla Shire Council Open Space Strategy be placed on public exhibition following Council's ordinary meeting the 23rd of November 2021, and that the available Council minutes record that the strategy is adopted by Council at an ordinary meeting on the 26th of July 2022. 3, notes that the Uralla Shire Council Bush Regeneration Strategy 2017-2021 was prepared as an overarching document to guide the site-specific bush regeneration management plans, and its version control records version 2 to August 2017. The Uralla Shire Council, however, officers have not identified a specific council resolution formally adopting the strategy. 4, notes that Bush Regeneration Strategy 2017 to 2021 has expired and was developed on the basis of a delivery model that included dedicated bush regeneration staffing, site-specific management planning, annual work planning and ongoing operational delivery. 5 notes the council does not currently have the internal resources, budget capacity or specialist staff required to undertake a full internal review, update or implementation of the program for the bush regeneration strategy. 6 notes the council will not commence a review, update or implementation program for the bush regeneration strategy unless an appropriate external funding source, partnership model or resourcing pathway is identified and further reported to council for consideration. 7, authorise the general manager to investigate but not commit council to external funding and partnership opportunities that may support a future review or redevelopment of the contemporary fit for purpose bush regeneration strategy, including opportunities through Energy Co, biodiversity offset programs, New South Wales government agencies, local land services, Crown lands, environmental grants, and recreation and regional partnerships. And 8 notes the proposed review, redevelopment or implementation program requiring council funding, staffing or operational resources is reported back to council for consideration before any commitment is made. And 9 requires that future council projects involving parks, reserves, public open space, riparian areas, biodiversity values or revegetation consider the principles of the open space strategy and where practical seek to align with future external funding and biodiversity improvement opportunities. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. As pointed out, it's our the time limits for the council meeting. The council and committees are to conclude no later than 9 o'clock. If the business of the meeting is unfinished at 9 p.m, the council or the committee may, by resolution, extend the time of the meeting. If the business of the meeting is unfinished at 9 p.m. and the council does not resolve to extend the meeting, the chairperson may either defer consideration of the remaining items of business on the agenda of the next ordinary meeting of council, or B, adjourn the meeting at a time, date and place fixed by the chairperson. So 2 things out of that, councillors. I need a resolution if we want to stop the meeting now, or I need for a time limit at 9:30. And if we do decide to adjourn the meeting, then my recommendation is that we commence again at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, the 29th of July 2026, given that there are a number of items in the closed session that need to be resolved sooner rather than later. So somebody move something for me, please, councillors. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you. I move that we continue to 9:30.
Thank you. A seconder? Thank you, councillor Mailer. All those in favour of going to 9:30? Councillor Doran, are you voting or not voting?
Well, I'm just thinking about it.
Okay. All right. So we'll move that. We'll move on. Thank you.
So what are we going to do if it gets to 9:30?
We have another vote. Thank you. Councillors, item 13.13, major projects and capital works. We have a recommendation on page 98 that council notes the infrastructure works update as of the 30th of June 2026 and notes that there are currently no projects identified as high risk or medium risk. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Arnold, thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can go to the summary and the mention of the Uralla Creek Catchment Project, which I know has been discussed many times by council. It's certainly an issue which I receive regular and numerous community inquiries about. And my question is, will it be resolved by the 30th of June 2027 on current understanding? And secondly, I'm sorry, this question will probably be a little basic, but did we receive any grant funding at all for this project, or is it all in-house? Thank you very much.
I'll ask the group manager to reply to that. Thank you.
For you, in the interest of time, we'll just try and get to the basics. Yes, it will be done by the 30th of June 2027, and it is a grant funded project.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mailer?
I note that Goswick Road is not on the list of projects that are currently under development, and I the question I'm going to ask is, there's been plant and equipment sitting on Goswick Road for an extended period of time. I note that it's not on the job list, and it's talked about capital works and major projects as Goswick Road. And the question that's been asked of me is, why is a hire lunchroom facility sitting on the side of the road for 6 months? It shouldn't be dehired or something happening with it, because plant and equipment sitting idle is an expense that we can't bear.
Group Manager, do you respond to that?
I'll have to take that question on notice and just come back with some more details from you. But I would have great confidence in the civil team that they wouldn't have a piece of plant sitting there idle on hire for an extended period of time. But I don't have the answer to you right now, so I'll come back to you.
Just to add to that, through Mr. Mayor, I think that shed might be actually sitting on private property, but we will check that and get back to you.
Any other questions, councillors? I have moved by Councillor Arnold. A seconder, please. Councillor Phil. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Item 13.14, the Register of Resolutions action status of the 23rd of July 2026. The recommendation council notes the resolution action status report as of the 23rd of July 2026. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Wright. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Blakester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Three questions, please. Noting that we received the debtors report, but my question is, what will be the ongoing reporting of debtors now? Where will that occur in our standard reporting? Second question, the third party agreement, I know it's closed, but without preempting where we get to in the confidential section, the action's not yet complete. So I question that being closed. And then my last question is, any update on the Invergowrie Sommerez infrastructure needs, because they seem to be not progressing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's open to council. If council wishes to resolve that, we provide regular reports on outstanding debtors. That's a matter for council. That might be a notice of motion or such. The original resolution was related to a significant level of debt, which, as you can see, has been addressed through a number of strategies. The debt recovery policy, a strong process implemented under the CFO, and strong follow-up from council staff. Additionally, in terms of the water bills, you'll recall there were challenges that were legacy items around historic estimates and a lack of recovery action through the COVID years that had continued. So those matters are now resolved, and we have an ongoing rigorous process, and we've reported to council on what that process is, and we continue to follow it, which is why the results are as they are. There are a couple of outstanding water bill matters that the acting director and his team have been working through to resolve in recent times, but certainly the overall recovery rate, as you can see, is consistent with council expectations, and we will continue to maintain that level, Mr. Mayor. Around the third party agreement, I think that was the second question. This is the Energy Co third party agreement. So there's going to be a future report on the final draft agreement. So the earlier report provided the framework for that third party agreement, noting the requirements of it. That process obviously has continued, but the final agreement hasn't been provided. When it is, it'll come back to council. We had initially targeted April for that document for a whole range of circumstances, not all in council. It hasn't been. So that's really it. But the process itself to get to that point has been concluded. We're just waiting for the final agreement to be produced, and that will then come to council. The group manager may have an update on that, Mr.
Well, we have a report of the confidential section that goes through the TPA, so it's been closed in the resolutions register, but there's a note there that there will be further actions from the confidential report. So we either update the resolutions register or just keep the old one open. I guess we can do either.
I mean, the action is final draft, and we haven't got that yet, so that's why I just think it's still open.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Blake, I missed the last one.
I'm concerned that the Invergowrie Somers Ponds infrastructure is not progressing in any meaningful way. And as was flagged at the time this was originally proposed, relying on an Aboriginal land claim to be withdrawn. Just waiting for hell to freeze over in a climate change scenario, I think.
I honestly don't. We've tried. We've been invited the Crown Rodney O'Brien to come and talk this way through. It just seems so difficult. But we might just reinvigorate talking about to the Aboriginal Land Council member in Armidale that we seem to be getting some positive discussion with. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll certainly happy to follow up with the Aboriginal, Armidale Aboriginal Land Council. New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council basically shut the door on us, but referred it back to Armidale. We will endeavour to get a further update, but I suspect that there won't be any traction on that matter in the immediate future.
Just the substance of the issue is that is our second biggest population centre. Bundarra is the most tangible because it's a township, but Invergowrie Somers is significantly larger, and there's nowhere for them to meet. And we meet in the shop like we did with the growth strategy, and it's just not good enough. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Doran.
So on that matter, and it seems to have dropped off the resolutions actions. Anyway, I couldn't see it there. But on that matter, wasn't there also going to be some investigation of I can't remember what it's called now, but there was a community centre allocation that was set aside with the subdivision? Wasn't that going to be investigated with whether, and also with was it Mr. Fardell that passed away, Bryce Fardell that passed away? Somebody did, and whether there was an opportunity there as well. I thought there were various things that weren't in the resolution, but that or in the action that we did discuss as a group, that there might have been other opportunities there to look at.
There's a notice of motion or something, Mr. Mayor, but we had nothing on council resolution.
So if we go back in space, and I'll use Councillor Blake's. Do you remember any discussions from Mr. Doug Moffat about land that might be available?
I had meetings with David Moffat, and he's offered the new facility they're about to build, the underground museum, has offered that on a case-by-case hire arrangement to council, and they also have an undercover outdoor facility there that can handle about 100 people in addition to the one that they're yet to construct. So he's offered that on a hire basis to council, which I think is quite intentional, that he's indicating if council was the hirer, then you'd have trust that council cared for that facility, which is obviously a bit complicated then for the community to meet, because it'd be the council that would have to initiate that. But that could be investigated.
So would you be comfortable if he wrote to Mr. Moffat and said, we understand that?
Yeah, he'd welcome a meeting. Yep.
All right. We'll
yep.
Take that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that, and then the potential of acquiring land some other way, but that was what was muted when Bryce Fardell passed away. But I don't think anyone knew how to investigate that idea at all. Yeah, in a practical way.
Okay, thanks for that.
And the cost of acquiring land's probably way above and beyond our means.
All right, councillors, I need a seconder, please. Councillor Burrows. Oh, you got a question? Sorry, I'll rub your name out of that.
I'm happy to second it as well. I would also request that we receive a report around the rate arrears and the water, the sewer and water debtors as well. I think an annual report to those is a good thing, so we know. Do we need to do a resolution? Do we need to add to the resolution, or?
We probably don't, but just on the rates issues, the rates collection things reported in the annual statements and comes out on but the issue around water, there is some value continuing, even if it's a 6 monthly process, because I think when it went off our radar, it became a problem. So there's value in us continuing to keep an eye on that. So thank you. So I have moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Burrows. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we have 4 confidential late items that my strong recommendation was that we come back tomorrow night at 5 o'clock and resolve the confidential session. Is that not going to work?
I would have to leave by 6 o'clock at the latest tomorrow.
Well, can you talk to your other councillors, and if you can say to get
if we can come a bit earlier.
Well, all right. So 5 o'clock tomorrow, councillors, and all right. So I'm trying to pick a time as soon as possible because there are a number of items in closed session that we need resolved this week. So if we then said Thursday at 5 o'clock, is that? You won't be here. Won't be here. 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock. I don't know. I just need.
Keep going for another 15 minutes.
We won't get through the 4. That's my worry. So we're really clear, councillors. We can move these by exception. I can move item 14.1, 14.2, 14.3 and the item 8.1, the late item, and we can have that discussion. If there's a problem, then I'm more than happy to talk to people later in the week. Thoughts?
I'm up for that.
That's quite
An exception report.
I have no difficulty. I will just have to record. I'm not voting for the confidential matter concerning the waste report. And
14.3.
It has to be unanimous across all items.
Oh no, that.
Okay, well, I mean that. Basically, I can't do it by exception.
That could come out. You could do the other, Mr. Mayor, may I suggest if you have the other 3 reports by exception, you could open and deal with the 14.3.
Yeah, but that's going to be the one we really wanted to nail, isn't it? Okay. All right, here we go. Somebody move us into committee. Thank you, Councillor Philp, Councillor Burrows. All in favour? Thank you. And that assumes that the Nominations have to be read into open council. I will do that in the morning. I'm not going to do that anymore because I reckon the staff and the council have earned their keep tonight for miserable bloody money. Anyway, that's. Thank you for your involvement. That's crazy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.